The 24th Navajo Nation Council special session. Today's date is Friday, the 24th. Time now is 1:05 p.m. We're here at the Navajo Nation Council Chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. Again, presiding is by myself, Seth Amon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, let's go ahead and get a roll call to make sure we have a quorum.
Good afternoon, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay is present. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Excuse me, Honorable
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Kealan
Delegate Paul
Begay
Begay
and
is
Honorable Paul Begay both answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati is present via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good afternoon, Freeland's present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
How long is present?
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Yeah, out there.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Here.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is here. Thank you. On the line.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Once more, Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 23 delegates, including yourself present.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 23 members of council are online. Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, let's go ahead and get a recap where we're at right now. Colleagues, we are on legislation 0086-22. We do have a motion and a second on our main motion of the legislation. At this time, though, we are on amendment number 3. This amendment is being held by Honorable Elmer Gay and second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Colleagues, on this legislation, just for a recap, I do have Honorable Keon Gay with 11 seconds, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 4 seconds, and Honorable Vince James at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Colleagues, before I go on, the reason why we were going into recess was possibly give some time over to Department of Justice to clarify some information and possible requests of some documents. Let me go to first. I don't know if Ms. Barbroff, do you want to start off first from Office of Legislative Counsel? And then I can go to the Department of Justice, just for further clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. I have gotten communication from the Deputy Attorney General that she is preparing, as we speak, written authorization to release the memo to myself and then through me to council. So that is coming. I just have not received it yet. Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps Ms. Lowell has more up-to-date info. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and move over to Ms. Lowell. Ms. Lowell?
Good afternoon, Speaker. The memo, it should be forthcoming in just the next few moments to Attorney Bobroff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, as soon as that information gets to Ms. Barbara, she will send out that those documents. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to I was on reserve time. So let me finish out on reserve time. I do have Che, Honorable Keon Begay. You have 11 seconds on reserve time, so I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
Reserve time.
Reserve time. 9 seconds. With that, moving on down. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on amendment number 3 before I go back to reserve time? If not, let me go to
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues. My point of privilege is, my question is, how many employees or political appointees from the Division of Economic Development are running in the next or for this year's campaign? I count 2 employees running for council seats. I'm not sure if there's any others who are running. This is important as we're trying to get these programs administered, and instead of the council dealing with legislative issues, we're administering these executive programs. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me go to Mr. Paulson Chaco. You have that information? Mr. Paulson Chaco? Is there anybody from the Division of Economic Development who's acting on behalf of Mr. JT Woolley today? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, we're going to reach out to Mr. JT Williams, see if we can text him to see if he has that response. Because at this time, there's no one that's wanting to speak on your question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. That silence was deafening. Thank you.
Thank you. So reaching out to Mr. JT Willie at this time to see, because that is his division as a division director. With that, colleagues, moving on down, since there's nobody else in the queue, let me go back to reserve time. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Speaker, this is, so I just want to ask Delegate Elmer Begay if he would be willing to entertain the idea of, I guess, putting the language for the procurement that I sent out in on behalf of all businesses in his amendment, which I think is going to also cover what he's trying to do with his amendment as well. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, have you been working together with Office Legislative Council? We don't have anything for modification at this time. Any modification that Office Legislative Council has completed on behalf of Madam Chair Charles Newton on amendment number 3?
Thank you, Speaker. The Office of Legislative Counsel previously drafted an amendment to for Delegate Charles Newton. That has been provided to her. I've not had the opportunity yet to change that amendment into a modification. However, I think it could be done fairly easy just verbally, but I can write it up if you give me a few minutes. I just got the Department of Justice information, so give me a couple of minutes. I will get that out to you. Then I will work on doing a modification for Delegate Charles Newton. While I have the floor or the microphone, I am going to send the memorandum to the delegates, but I cannot emphasize strongly enough that it is attorney-client privilege. It should not be placed on social media, and it should not be shared with persons that other than yourselves and who it is addressed to. Thank you, Speaker. I just need about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Charlton, I'll come back to you. You have a reserved time, 1 minute and 40 seconds when your amendment for modification is ready. That,
Thank you.
moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 50 seconds on reserved time on amendment number 3. Honorable Vince James, going twice. You have 3 minutes and 50 seconds on reserved time. Honorable Vince James going 3 times. That's your first call with no response, Honorable Vince James. That, moving on down. Honorable Keon BA, 9 seconds on reserved time.
Speaker, possible modification request. I sent information to the city council. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 5 seconds. Did we get that one? With the modification request, Ms. Barbroff, I think you might still be working on that, correct?
Yes, Speaker, I am, and I just need a few more minutes. And I did just send out the attorney-client privilege memoranda.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back. Honorable Keon BA, your modification is not ready at this time.
Speaker, excuse me. Did I just hear that Delegate Keelan Begay wants a modification? Because I do not believe I've received that information.
Honorable Keon BA sent an email to you, Ms. Barbara, no, to amendments. Not to, oh, Honorable Keon BA didn't send it to you. Yep, you never received it. Miss
Thank you, Speaker.
Jalissa just now sent it over to you. So Honorable Keon BA, you didn't send the request to Ms. Barbroff, so she's just receiving it now. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? On
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Council. Appreciate the time that you've given me and those that are listening on board. The memo that was sent out to us, how much can we discuss that on the floor? I know that we are not allowed share this, as it is now attorney-client privilege. There is some things in there that, do we have to go in executive in order to question some of these things on there, or need guidance on that, Speaker? Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm gonna go to Ms. Barbara for that response.
Thank you, Speaker. If council wishes to discuss the memoranda, I think it would be best to do it in executive session. It could be complex to be saying, no, you can't ask that. Yes, you can ask that. That could be challenging. But if you'll note, Ms. Lowell did sign, I think on behalf of Mr. Rodas, but Ms. Lowell is familiar with the memo and could definitely walk us through it in a executive session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Ms. Barbara, is your response, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? And we are on amendment number 3. That, if there's none, let me go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton. I'm not too sure if your amendment is ready, but you have 1 minute and 40 seconds on reserve time.
I'd like to offer my amendment, reserve time.
1:38 reserve time. Is amendment ready? No? Madam Chair Charles Newton, the amendment is still not ready. That, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 50 seconds on reserve time.
Shanada Speaker and members of the council, I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time to Shanada Honorable Key Ellen Brigade. Thank you.
Honorable Keon, you have 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Speaker, jag tänkte handla det då. Alla kanske när corona kan be showing that quickly could those brother remember the like pertaining to entities to select Navajo owned business no yes my request is once legislative council finalizes the recommended language, I'm asking if that we could be able to include the chapters to do so in helping selecting a lot of these local community projects to delay all of these funding paperwork through the Windrock office. Brother, I know this is a borrowed time, so I can't reserve it. But nonetheless, my justification is that chapters, especially the certified chapters, are able and willing to help get their projects going with the limited of having the central office go through certain procurement process. I know funding is not going to be directly sent over, but as far as funding not sent over to the chapters, but have the chapters line up a lot of these potential entities or businesses to do what needs to be done at the local level. that I asked for time to explain the situation because I only have 5 seconds on my original allocation of time. So it is but I want to offer that modification amendment to include the chapters as well, to select their work, selecting their own Navajo Nation locally owned businesses. Request strata speaker Ashin Kudo Bahasito Listo Adonani Catalyst not go time to Chundagi. Speaker, that would be my modification request.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambier. Unfortunately, on borrowed time or delegated time, you're unable to make a motion or ask for a modification. You do have 5 seconds on reserve time, so you can make that then. That, colleagues, moving on down. Okay. So we can't, yeah.
With additional funding allocated to the chapter possibly give some room for chapter to hire local business.
I know, but is that actually an amendment that was sent out by Ms. Barbara? Okay. Honorable Keon Begay, you have 5 seconds, and I don't have anything from Office Legislative Council as of right now for you to motion, because I'm just letting you know that because you do have only 5 seconds left. So I'm going to go ahead and call your name, but if you don't want to speak, I can just pass you until it goes. But it's up to you. We can't be on reserve time. You have 5 seconds.
Reserve time.
4 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
4 minutes, 18 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the amendment. Honorable Delegate, so but in my area, I'm talking about this amendment that's currently on the table. In my area, we were working with a company, Antelope Point Fabrication. Restroom addition. They're put together as a kit. It has restroom, it has a toilet, wash basin, shower. Comes with a 250-gallon tank. Got a water heater. It's got lighting. All you have to do is plug it in. And we were working with our chapters to see if we can get those made for our chapters so the chapters can purchase them. And it is made from, it's not made from anything that will not last very long. This material that is used, fiberglass, it's gonna have a good lifespan. Hey, Geeky, the company is run by one of the workers from Antelope Point Marina, but it's going to employ a lot of our Navajo people to put these kits together and to deliver them. We're already working with chapters. We're working with NTUA also on this. And I think they finally, NTUA finally agreed with Antelope Point Fabrication that they have the right kit that they want. I'm just thinking with this amendment, Navajo-owned business, then again, is this going to jeopardize this plan that we're having? Plan to purchase some of these. Only yet, it can be placed anywhere next to your home, away from your home. They'll set it up and everything. If there is a sewer system in place, they can connect that to that. Very adaptable to any condition on the reservation. I'm thinking, will this amendment jeopardize our plans to get those for our people in my area? Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time. Honorable Paul Begay, 1 minute and 58 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Let me go back to Honorable Paul Begay as the sponsor of the amendment. Sorry, Honorable Elmer Begay, the Amendment 3, sorry. Amendment 3, Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. I hear you. Should we draw your sheet?
Chair White, Speaker, and then members of the Navajo Nation Council. All your input on it and also discussion on this amendment that's been set before you. I have a lot of local contractors that are on the line. They're already texting me and then they're already emailing me regarding this call. That they're being recognized, and then the problems that they actually have with being a local contractors, and to be a priority 1 and then being a priority 2. I call most of the priority 1 is a lot of it that has to do with their own. I don't know what we encourage that. I don't. This is what actually they're doing. So with that, I don't think that would jeopardize any work that is being done out there. It's just that enhancing the local contractors to be recognized and to be part of this funding that we have set before. So like I told you, I just get all the well, it jeopardizes it. Don't need that. If you're already working with a company that's going to be the general contractor, and then the subcontractors, they can hire any laborers, any subcontractors like an electrician or any carpenters. They can hire those. So it doesn't jeopardize anything. So right now, they gave an example. There's $1 million Dalcon Medical Center is being built. When it goes to the housing right now, they're having right now it's going through really slow because of that. Is that understanding that the general contractor Greenberg Company was hired, was selected for being general contractor to that. So he hired his own workers to run the like electrician work and all the subcontractors there. So they didn't really open it to subcontractors. Alcohol right now, the manager from there, the general manager from there, the superintendent, and then the project manager left the job. They're trying to hire more experienced people. So right now, they're having problems with that. So I would say that the subcontractors get being hired under general contractors. So the subcontractors have their own crew, and they have their own equipment, and especially important thing is they have their own suppliers on that. So we know we have our own suppliers that can run this with you. They know where we get our materials and how to get it, and they're looking out there for us. So they're mostly recommending to the tribe is that all the nations to hire inspectors and project managers who can work on behalf of the nation to ensure that the job is being done correctly. So your money can be covered by your own inspector and project managers. Right now, that's what happened to the Greenbird over at Dalcon. So there's some others that are on the line, and like for example, they say that they have their other jobs they can do outside the reservation, which is easier to do, and that we can do. We've been doing this job for a long time. Even you have to have their own code. The most important thing is you have to basically have knowledge on the code where you use these. If you're licensed contractors, you have to know the code. So us Navajo Nation contractors, what the nation, what the code is out in the counties. So that's what they're listening to our conversation today. So right now, even NXA, they said that the force account that in Dalcon. So they hired White River Construction to complete their work for them. So I guess they're saying that if we know how to run our own companies, we can do our own work on the reservation. On Habang Sokhe, so they start knowing today they're on the line. So we appreciate that we're being considered, and then to help us with the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory and then the Tax Commission. But yes, that's where a lot needs to be resolved. So, adequate speaker, this is my comment back to from the people that were the delegates that had questions. So, speaker, I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, that response, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have nobody in the queue. Is there any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Not, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute and 38 seconds.
My motion still stands. Reserve my time.
1:35 reserve time. Do we have it now?
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue?
I thought we had some. Did we get some? Nothing? Oh, maybe I was dreaming. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Sorry, Madam Chair Charles, we don't have anything yet as of yet. So let me go ahead and go on back to, I have Honorable Freeland in the queue. Honorable Freeland?
Point of
Thank you,
privilege.
Speaker. Good afternoon.
Hold on, Honorable Freeland, there's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles. Madam Chair Charles. I swear I thought we had something. Madam Chair Charles.
Speaker,
Yes.
Speaker, I did send you that modification. I sent it to you at 1:33 p.m. I sent it to Manuel Rico. I sent it to you, to Sherilyn Yazzie. Dana was also included on that, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
I understand that, Madam Chair, but I'm wondering if that's the one that still needs to be revised, and that's what Ms. Barbroff's working on right now.
It says ECN modification to EBGA. What else needs to be revised?
Did you get that?
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. It is ready to go, and I just resent it out to yourself and Peggy and others there. It was already sent to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair Charles Zoon, we did not receive that. I don't know if it was still coming over the mountain or what, but we did not receive your email. So nobody here received your email. So I will come back to you. Honorable Freeland, at this time, as you have been recognized. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Do I still have my whole 5 minutes?
Hold on, I'm brushing my teeth.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues and staff. This question pertains to either Legislative Council or Department of Justice. Now, with this amendment language, will there be a conflict related to the Buy Indian Act? Because these are federal monies. Will we have any sort of conflict with the federal law or any federal law? I wanted to ask that question and get some clarification if I could, Speaker and colleagues. Just to be reminded that this is federal money. That's my question, Speaker, to DOJ or to Leg Council. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Shoot. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. 4 minutes and 14 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Freeland, let me go to either maybe, let me go to Department of Justice if there's anything else to be added on from Division of Economic Department of Economic Development. Oh no, Division of Economic Development. Let me can go to them, but Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Kristen. I don't know the statute that Delegate Freeland is referring to.
Freeland, are you referring to a certain statute?
Under federal law, there's the Buy Indian Act. Will it conflict with what we're trying to do here with this amendment? That's my question. Thank you.
With that, let me go back to Department of Justice. If you need some more time to research that, I can come back to you, Ms. Law.
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, there was
Speaker, I did reserve my time. Thank you.
yeah, Honorable Freeland, we did have you down at 4 minutes, 14 seconds. Before I go back to reserve time, there was a point of privilege question that we were trying to get the information from regarding from Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Is that answer available at this time from Division of Economic Development?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mr. Silversmith. I'm on the line. I can try to answer the question. I'm just not sure what the question is at the moment.
Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you mind reiterating your question?
Yes, Acting Speaker, Council. I'm not sure, is that Mr. Silversmith on the line for the Division of Economic Development?
Yes, that is.
Okay, Speaker. Well, what I'll do is I'll just reserve, my question is for either the Director of Division of Economic Development or the Office of the President, Vice President, as there's a process when running for Navajo Nation offices. If you're employed with the Navajo Nation, you do need some type of supervisor supervisor acknowledgement. And if a division director is running in a public office, I'm not sure what's the internal process for the Office of the President, Vice President when division directors are running for a public office like council delegates positions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Mrs. Silversmith, if you don't feel comfortable answering that question, I can go back and ask again to see if Paulson Chaco's on the line to respond to that.
I can attempt to, if you get a better response than what I'm giving, then we can go with that. But I'm speaking with Mr. Capitan, who is delegated division director at the moment. And he said supervisor acknowledgement is all that is needed.
So I saw her name.
Mr. Paulson Chaco. Chief Paulson Chaco.
Speaker, this is Douglas. I would probably defer that to DOJ for clarification.
Well, Mr. The division director's boss is Mr. Paulson Chaco. That's the reason why I'm going to Mr. Paulson Chaco. Thank you, Douglas. Madam Chair McCarty. Again, we'll try to reach out for further clarification, get your answer onto that. Or text messaging, and we'll probably get somebody from DPM too as well.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Keon Begay, on reserve time. Honorable Keon Begay, again, I don't have anything in the queue or anything yet. Reserve time.
We could wait the rest of my time. I'll probably do a standalone amendment later.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Council.
4 minutes and 18 seconds.
With this amendment, my question is for water projects and power line and things of that nature, how's that going to affect the priority 1 and priority 2 how many do we have out there that are going to be able to construct water lines and things of that nature? I know IHS is fully funded. I'm not talking about those projects. I'm talking about other projects that the chapter may solicit. And it says that the contractor will have to hire subcontractors that are full, bona fide Navajo business. I'm not talking against the business folks, but in reality, it's going to require, some of these projects are going to require for us to hire folks that have the expertise to get out there and complete the job. And if priority 1 and priority 2 is in place, does that mean that it's in law that we can't, the certified chapters and our Navajo Nation government can't, they have to abide by what is being placed in this amendment? The other one too is who's going to be doing the right-of-way or design and planning and engineering? Some of our small business contractors may not have that capability. Those are my questions. Reserve my time.
Thank you. Let me go with that question. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't David Smith. So, your question. I can relate to. There's a water line being built from Loop to Dalcon right now. There's other subcontractors that are involved in it. One is NECA. The other one is another different company. So this is a federally funded water line that's being proposed for that water line. So, but part of it is funded by Navajo Nation Permanent Trust Fund. So right now, what happened with the Navajo Nation funding was given to IHS funding to use it. So they subcontracted out. So NECA was part of one of the bidders to that, and then the others are contractors, other contractors. So this water line belongs to IHS. So all the lines that we have on the reservation, which is owned by IHS, so the water, and then to tap into homes to AEC. So right now, then the part of it is that if it can be IHS, they have to have another one, which is NTA, which is they're the one that's going to be operating that. They can put the meters on it. Even that's where their own inspectors come around. But before that, they already have a design, which are built a design. These designs are made by IHS and NTA, and then also on this, where I'm talking about is there's a consultant under the name of Browns and Coswell. They're the one that's engineering the whole water system. So they work with IHS. So they're coordinating that, and then they even solicit for grants to construct that water line. These designs are being inspected and then also are being approved by IHS and NTA out on it, that they give it to a contractor, and then the contractor builds it by according to all the specifications. And whenever they're going to be tested, the IHS is there to look at it and how these pipes or fittings are being put together, and even the materials that are being used to put these materials together. So I've been with the water for a long time. That's how they do it. So I don't know, they prove that, and then they test it, and then that's how they're being paid by. So I would say that right now, if you have a question with the water line on the Navajo Nation, these water lines that's competing, being plumbed into the home, which are being inspected by IHS. Hey, then if they're gonna be putting a meter on it, ETA has to approve it too. How this is being made. That'll be my response to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor for reserve time.
Speaker?
Yes, Honorable
Yes.
Chairman Edmund Yazzie.
Yeah, I have a question, okay, sir. On the
Chairman,
amendment?
Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, you were the first one to speak and you didn't reserve your time.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. That on amendment number 3. Honorable Paul Begay, 1 minute 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. So with my time remaining, I still want to be assured that our plans working with Antelope Point Fabrication will not be jeopardized. In addition, we have a lot of our Navajos that will be employed. It was specifically we were specifically told that it will be Navajo workforce. And as we know, it's a local-based contractor, local-based business. And it will really help our people in the area of in place of this bathroom addition. It's going to come already built and ready to be used, and we already have worked a long time with NTUA to get this to become a reality. Speaker, I use the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That, we'll move on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute 35 seconds.
My motion still stands, Speaker.
Okay, thank
Reserve
you. 133. With that, Ms. Nakai, if you could read the Madam Chair Charles Newton's request to modify into the record.
Speaker, would I just read the whole entire thing again, or just the section, the highlighted?
Just to highlight the section where it's going to be modified.
Okay, so this is the modification to Delegate Elmer Begay's amendment. Sponsor is Delegate Charles Newton. 1, on page 28, line 2, insert new paragraph as follows. M, implementation of the emergency procurement provisions set forth in resolution CJY 4121, section 10 shall ensure that all qualified priority 1 and or priority 2 Navajo vendors shall be given an opportunity to respond to the nation's solicitation for ARPA and or NNFRF funded goods, services, or construction and construction related services. And then the rest remains the same.
That's it, no? Hey, that. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, is that your modification request?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Reserve my
thank you. That, oh shoot. With that, colleagues, on the modification, is there, we go to Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade is a request to modify.
I'd like to, Speaker, I saw the modification and I read it and it sounds good, so I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. The modification is accepted. Honorable Brown, as a second, are you good with the modification? Honorable Brown?
Hi, Speaker, I'm here. I
Yes,
concur, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on, continuing on down. With that, through reserve time, I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times.
I'm here.
Colleagues, moving on down.
Speaker,
Honorable
I'm here.
Freeland. I called on you,
Speaker, I'm
Vice Chair
here.
Smith. I'll come back to you. Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Looking forward to the answer from Miss Kristen Lowell on that. And I really am thinking, because I don't know if federal law would conflict, or what would federal law do to this? Do we have to comply with federal policy or what? That's my question. That's why I asked those questions to Ms. Lowell. The other question pertains to the amendment, of course. Regards to priority 1 and priority 2, NTA NECA, are they listed on priority 1 or priority 2? And what about, for us in New Mexico, our chapters work cohesively with SMA, and that would take SMA out too, if I'm correct. And that's not going to be good for our chapters, because our chapters, SMA has done a lot for our chapters, and that's a concern for our side, for New Mexico chapters. So those are my questions, Speaker. SMA will probably be taken out too, if I'm correct. That's another question. So I would like to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
That, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 58 seconds is your reserve time. I'll go to answer those questions, Honorable Freeland, before I go back to the sponsor and then also to Ms. Lowell. Then I'll go to, I think that's it. Before we do that, there's a question on privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your question on privilege at this time?
Speaker, there was reference to SMA. The only thing the acronym I'm familiar with SMA is spinal muscular atrophy. Is that what Delegate Freeland is talking about? Thank you, Speaker.
I don't know if there's any spinal activity at the chapters at mine and Eastern, but I think it's Sauter, Miller and Associates. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You are correct, Speaker. Sauter, Miller and Associates.
Yep. That, colleagues, moving on down. Question of privilege by Honorable Otto. So, point of privilege. Honorable So, what is your point of privilege?
Also, Arizona Public Service, are they on the priority 1 or priority 2 listing? Because in my region, even into Loop, Delegate Walker's area, Cameron, we have Arizona Public Service who provides the electrical services, and this will impact them not to build out on the electrical aspects on the lines. I'm just wondering if we could get a rundown of Arizona Public Services is on the priority 1 listing or priority 2 listing. Thank you. And the acronym is APS, Arizona Public Services.
Okay, thank you. That I'm going to, there's a question of privilege, and maybe that question of privilege will be tied into what Honorable Freeland's question is raised about too. So I'm going to go first to Honorable Elmer Brigay to answer. Then I'm going to Department of Justice, and then to Economic Development if there's anything to add on there. Fourth, are you? And then from that point, I'll go to Division of, hopefully there's Division of Water Resources on the line to ask questions about SMA and Eastern Agency, and if there's NTUA working together with on the electrical authority at the co-op level, or not at the co-op level, but working together with APS. So, Honorable Elmer Begay, that is shoot number 1 first.
Good afternoon, Nanathan, Chair Speaker, and then members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Also, Shadow, and I just keep it out brother and Jamigo to Delegate Freeland regarding your thoroughly funded projects, and then is it going to be interfering with the chapter doing business with contractors already that are in your area? I believe that this we're talking about Dot Abukaya, the preference says that if there's no qualified Navajo priority 1 and priority 2, they can hire outside contractors to do that. So right now, for example, we're talking about water line, and we're talking about power line. So some of these, like I said, that these water lines that we have, public water systems that are constructed with public law 86121 system. It's a public water system. If they've been constructed with that funding that belongs to IHS, or then later on, they put meters on it. It was given to NTA to put meters on it and to start operating Manix on it. So if we're going to be talking about that, the money, the fundings are being given to IHS. Or I don't know that they can subcontract it to any contractors that they believe that they know the specification and they can work together with them. So, and then with if we can go into power line, could also say with APS, Arizona Public Service, and Loop. There's a there's a power line that's connected off of the main grid from off of Wainuna and near Flagstaff. it cuts into the 69 kV to 20 arrows. Then 20 arrows, it goes connected to loop where there's a place called Red Sands. There's a switch there. It switched off from APS into NTIA. After that, that becomes an NTIA property on the infrastructure. So there's already agreement made on it. But if you go into Tuba City, and then if you go into Hopi, there's APS, they still maintain their own system. So they maintain their own system, and then also if they want to extend that line off of that, they're the only one that can do it. But there's already agreement made where the switches off from the main power line. So this will not interfere that. So it's already these are agreement that's already made there to construct and who's going to be maintaining it and who's going to be constructing it. And after if you can be using the off grips of this main power line, store water line. So that's how I'm going to explain this. Called if you give money to NTA, they can if it can be the main line, the main power line above ground, is the only one that can maintain it. But when it comes down to the transformer, then to the service line, what the service line, you can put some any electrician can put the meter loop together, and then connect it to the house. House wiring. So there's agreement that's already made. So we're talking about that is the contractor can be local contractor, local licensed person can do the meter loop connection. I don't think it's meter detail. They can do that, but other NTA can connect it and put a meter on it. So we're not talking about the whole above ground power line here in Taka. Then transformer all belongs to NTA. So this how I'm going to respond back, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. I'm going to go to Department of Justice. Any further response at this time?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. This is Kristen Lowell. Okay. Delegate Freeland asked if the amendment under consideration could be a conflict with the Federal Buy Indian Act. And I'm not seeing it as a conflict. Recently, the Department of Interior actually expanded the regulations to allow for Indian economic enterprises' ability to subcontract work subject to the Buy Indian Act and just generally give greater preference to Indian economic enterprise when deviation from the Buy Indian Act was necessary. So I don't think there are any concerns with that, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowell. With that, we go on down to
Speaker, question privilege.
Honorable Freeland, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Your question of privilege?
Just related to Honorable Begay Shana's response. Where does it say that if no qualified vendors are available, that they will go outside that. That's my question, privilege. Thank you.
The point of privilege, this is Delegate Yellow here, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Freeland, your question of privilege. Let me go back to Ms. Lowell. And then Honorable, I think Eugene So, I will come back to you after Ms. Lowell concludes her response.
Speaker, this is Kristen. Did you want me to answer Delegate Freeland's
Yeah,
last question?
if there's anything you can add on at this time.
Well, all I can say is that it's like a step down. So the procedure is, okay, first you as the procuring party in this instance. So first the procuring party looks to see the service that they need, and then they go to the source list, and then the source list, they have to look at the priority 1 vendors, and the keyword is qualified, so it has to be a vendor that is actually capable of performing the service. So they would put out requests to all of the priority 1 vendors. And then if they got a response from a priority 1 vendor who was qualified, then they could accept work from that vendor. If they don't get any responses, or there's no one on that source list under priority 1 category that is able to perform the service, then the procuring party goes on to priority 2 vendors. And so you start the same process again. And then if there's still either no qualified priority 2 vendor or no response, then you go outside the source list. So I realize it doesn't state that in there, but that's just how the procurement process, how the preference list works. We're not expected to not contract with anyone if there's no priority 1 or priority 2 vendors. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go on to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, there's a question of privilege. Honorable Eugene So.
Good say, I asked for question of privilege.
I thought that was Honorable Eugene So, was it? Did someone ask for a question of privilege?
That was me, Speaker, Delegate Yellow here.
Oh, okay. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, question of privilege. Floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. My question was answered by Kristen Lowe. Yeah, Kristen Lowe, you answered. I was going to ask that one. Speaker, yes, that was answered by Kristen Lowe just a while ago. Thank you very much. Yeah. If the law won't be changed, that should be still the same. It does, if it wasn't interference with the amendment. I like that law that was stated by Kristen Lowe. Yeah. Thank
you. With that, colleagues, thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. Can I please chime in when the opportunity arises? I disagree with some of the information that's being presented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, you know what? I was still going down the line for response. Ms. Barbara, if I can go to you, waiting in the queue will be the Division of Economic Development. And then if there's anybody on from Jason John, and then to NTUA, we're standing by in the queue for response, if any. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker, and I apologize for interrupting. To begin with, I'll try to move quickly. I agree with Ms. Lowell that the Buy Indian Act will not affect the Navajo Nation procurement. The Buy Indian Act applies to procurement and the procurement process with the federal government primarily. So just going to Delegate Elmer Begay's amendment. To begin with, I want to be clear that it is not going to apply to federal agencies such as the IHS. So they will not be bound by this. It will apply to the Navajo Nation government, which includes its chapters. Also, I think it's good that it's been emphasized that this does not apply to existing contracts. It will apply to future contracts. And the way this was drafted and requested by Delegate Begay is that the the Department of Water Resources and the Division of Community Development are only allowed to use Navajo Priority 1 and Priority 2 contractors. They are not, as Ms. Lowell suggested, as is the case on other types of contracts, under Delegate Begay's amendment, or here is if there are no qualified Navajo Priority 1 and Priority 2 contractors, then you're not going to be able to issue a contract. It then, the next part speaks that Navajo businesses are essentially going to be favored over the Navajo enterprises and other entities. And then if a Navajo enterprise or entity is selected to hold the contract, that entity can only hire or contract with Navajo subcontractors. There's no, in the way the amendment was requested and drafted, there is no room for non-Navajo contractors or subcontractors under this amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, Division of Economic Development, any response at this time?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Douglas Capitan. So to answer the question earlier from Delegate Crotty, the personnel manual item 16, conduct of employees and political at will employees, is laid out there. There's information provided to individuals that are running for office or pursuing office. And those policies have been followed as detailed within that document. And I'll go ahead and let Mr. Silversmith provide some information on the business regulatory questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Good afternoon, Speaker. In response to Mr. Honorable So's question on APS, if they're on the priority one listing, no, they are not. But they do own the right-of-ways and the power lines that they do have in that area. So that is kind of at their discretion for those. And then for the priority one listing on who would possibly be eligible to work on like water lines and that kind of like construction and infrastructure, that would be NECA would be the only priority one vendor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we go to water. Anybody from Water Resources?
Speaker, it's Jason John.
Yes, Mr. John, good afternoon. Good to hear your voice. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I think there's a little, I hear a little bit of discrepancy between the interpretation of the proposed amendment or the resolution. If on one hand, it at first sounded like it wouldn't change any of the current process, and then on the other hand, I heard that it would totally eliminate non-Navajo vendors that may have an effect on some of our projects if the priority one or priority two engineering firms cannot do the work. I'm not too concerned about the engineering portion because I think there may be some capacity out there for the engineering work. What I would be more concerned about is the capacity for the construction work. And if there are not any priority one or two construction companies that can do the work, then the projects may not get built. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Let me go on to maybe Mr. Koontz or somebody from NTUA at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rex. With regard to the other service providers, they would eliminate them from getting dollars to build. If they are non-Navajo and they also don't have a ranking as a vendor. So all those that are under APS territory, Amos Electric, or CDEC would not be able to be served to customers that are requesting services. As far as NTUA, we're not a vendor. We're a utility enterprise, so we're not on the vendor list. You know, we can't say we're priority one or priority two. We have no ranking, so it eliminates us from doing any of the work, right away, engineering, clearances, construction, any of that. So we're out of the ball game if this goes forward. Those other utility providers, they're out of the ball game, and so that's kind of where we're at this point. So just for your information, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koontz. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. I did say I was going to go back now because of the response from there. I hope Honorable Aroso got your question answered from your point of privilege in regards to that. So let me go ahead and move back to the floor. Let me go ahead and recap. Everyone that's listening in is just joining us maybe the last hour. We are on old business A legislation 0086-22 sponsored by Honorable Freeland. At this time, we are on amendment number 3. On amendment number 3, colleagues, I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton with 1 minute 33 seconds, Vice Chair Smith 2 minutes and 41 seconds, and then Honorable Freeman with 2 minutes and 58 seconds. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to reserve time, and that's going to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. What is wrong with the delegates asking about non-Navajo companies and fighting for them? Where were you when our Navajo businesses were shut out? This change is to give our Navajo business equal opportunity for a piece of the pie, the piece of the ARPA pie. Perhaps you should be asking how many of our Navajo people are employed with SMA or APS or Antelope Point. Maybe ask, are our Navajo employees making comparable wages to non-Navajos? This ARPA money was given to the Navajo people. So let's put them first. Let's stop saying buy Navajo if we can't fix the laws that make that possible. I reserve my time.
Over time at 49 seconds, Madam Chair. There it is. 49 seconds. That moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council. Also, the amendment that's been in front of us. Question was asked, and I'd like to have Legislative Council respond to the question that wasn't answered. Speaker, reserve my time.
That 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Office Legislative Council. Office of Legislative Council.
My apologies again. I'm having problems getting myself unmuted. I hope I covered most of Vice Chair Smith's questions in my earlier answer, but really to emphasize back to his question had to do with what happens if there are no Navajo Priority 1 or 2 contractors, and let me say qualified contractors or contractors having the actual capacity to build the various projects. If there are no Navajo Priority 1 or Priority 2 contractors that are qualified and have the capacity, under this amendment, the nation does not have any options. They will not be able to contract. The amendment is very precise and does restrict to Navajo Priority 1 and 2 contractors and subrecipients, and then contractors, subcontractors must be Navajo. I hope that rounds out my answer. I also was asked separately to address Delegate Freeland's question about Sauter Miller and Associates. I do know Sauter Miller has Navajo employees. They have some terrific Navajo employees that I've been pleased to work with. But whether they are a priority 1 or priority 2, I am not sure. If they are not priority 1 or priority 2, then they will not be able to receive future contracts for use of the FRF funds. Thank you, Speaker. I hope I covered everything. And thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for calling on me.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Question of privilege by.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbroff. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there's question of privilege. Good afternoon. The floor is yours on your question of privilege. And then Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, I'll go to you after this.
Thank you, Speaker. Based on what Dana just now provided with her opinion from the Office of Legislative Counsel, can Ms. Bobroff, Speaker, can you have Ms. Bobroff point to the language that makes it clear that other vendors couldn't be
Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, can you hold on real quick? Chairman Edwin Yazzie.
Yes, Speaker. My point of order is that we're starting to use question of privilege to start the debate, but we can't do that. So, Speaker, I'm asking you, please, can you regulate this point of question of privilege when delegates ask? We can't use it for debate, sir.
Thank you. I do believe that everyone has their book and knows that. And I'm going back to Charles Newton's question of privilege. I do believe that the question of privilege is in order, though, to ask off the what Ms. Barbroff's referring to in her statement. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton. Okay, I tried to, as I spoke, I tried to emphasize that the restrictions are in Delegate Begay's amendment. Those same restrictions do not exist in your modification. And when Kristen Lowell was asked the question, she responded, or she let me know she responded only Delegate Charles Newton about your modification. So the restriction does not apply to your modification, Madam Chair, but in Delegate Begay's amendment, if you will look at page 20, line 18, in his amendment, it's paragraph C, it states that the Department of Water Resources, Division of Natural Resources is authorized to execute these water and wastewater projects directly or through the use of new language, Navajo Priority 1 and 2 contractors and subrecipients, period. That does not, that is pretty direct and restrictive. It is restricted to Navajo Priority 1 and 2 contractors. It does not provide room for additional, for non-Navajo contractors and subrecipients. And then if you look in that same paragraph, the last sentence says, if a Navajo Nation owned entity, should say owned entity or enterprise is selected, such entity or enterprise shall only hire or contract with Navajo subcontractors. So once again, that language does not provide room to be hiring or contracting with non-Navajo subcontractors. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that responded to your question, Chairwoman. Thank you.
very much, Ms. Barbara. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhood, there's a question of privilege or point of privilege.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just have a concern on this amendment. I stated my statement this morning that we're going to be in serious trouble because I think the old law.
Honorable Yellowhood, what is your question of privilege?
My point of privilege, this amendment is no room for outside contractors from outside non-Navajo. I think this, to me, leave as is as it was now, as it is, as a law. Changing the amendment is not good for Navajo Nation. That's my point of my question of privilege, Speaker. I agree with the our legal counsel in Nidihati. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go on back to the floor. That went back to the floor because I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a question related to the amendment. Will this amendment be beneficial and helpful to Eastern Navajo Agency? That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Who is that question to?
Reserve my time.
Who is that question to?
Mr. Jason John. I do reserve my time.
To what? 250. To Mr. Jason John?
Yes, sir. And NTUA.
But that, Mr. Jason John, will go to you at this time.
Yes, Speaker. This is Jason John. We do have existing contracts with several non-Navajo engineering firms currently doing work. And as I understand, some of the proposed projects in this legislation, it would continue that work. It may likely continue that work that already started. And if this provision takes effect, they would likely have to stop work with the current funding source, and then we would have to find another contractor to start where they left off. And I know that's typically difficult for engineering firms to do because they don't want to take responsibility or liability for work that was started by another company. So it could make things difficult for some of those existing projects that might be completed through ARPA funding. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go to NTUA. Any further response to Honorable Freeland's questions? Maybe questions?
One comment is, NQA is 97% Navajo. We have skilled Navajo employees that can deliver these services, and we're just trying to help get services to the people, and this would eliminate us from being able to help. And I just I hope we make wise decisions here. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rex Hoots. Honorable Gene, so I have you in the queue. Madam Chair Charles Newton, good afternoon. There's a question of privilege. Point of privilege.
Yes, point of privilege, Speaker. Just really quickly, so just so that I got this correct, this amendment language right now that is being proposed, could it retroactively apply to the contracts that are currently in place? Thank you, Speaker. That's to DOJ and Office of Legislative Counsel.
Office of Legislative Counsel. Let me go to you first then.
Thank you, Speaker. Office of Legislative Counsel does not see this as applying retroactively. The language will become effective on the dates that the president signs, or there is some other type of veto override or such, but the provisions, the amendment provisions will not go into effect until the legislation is formally enacted, and it will not it will not apply to existing contracts. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. As Madam Chair Charles Newton's request went to both Office of Legislative Counsel, is there anything else you'd like to add on from Department of Justice?
Thank you, Speaker. This is Kristen Lowell at the Department of Justice. I agree with the Office of Legislative Counsel that it's not retroactive, and I am sorry for the confusion surrounding my previous incomplete response. So thank you to Ms. Bobroff for bringing that to Council's attention.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Person of privilege, Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you very much. With that, the question of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then question of privilege by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I did say point of privilege, but my point of privilege is I do apologize. I used the term retroactively apply. Can Office of Legislative Counsel or DOJ, or maybe both, explain to council and those listening online what that what that means? And I do apologize. It's a term that's usually used in law. I'm not practicing law. It's just a term that is often used when legislations are created. And I asked that question because of the responses that were provided both by NTUA and Water Resources. So if we could get Department of Justice or Office of Legislative Counsel to explain what a retroactive application means. Thank you, Speaker.
With that point of privilege, Ms. Barbara, to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairwoman. Retroactively, and I don't have a dictionary in front of me, so I can't read you the dictionary definition, but retroactively means in the legal scheme of things, passing a law that applies to something that has already happened.
What a thing.
So in this instance, Delegate Charles Newton's question was, would this amendment apply to contracts that have already been executed, are already being operated on? And the response is no. This is a new law that, when it goes in effect, will only apply to contracts going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, and perhaps DOJ wants to add to that.
Thank you very much. Any further comments from Department of Justice at this time before I go back to question on privilege from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
Speaker, I concur with Ms. Bob Roth's explanation.
Okay, thank you. That Honorable Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Should I already remember if there is after priority 1, priority 2 is all completed, there's none for outside contractor. If the 2 like for a NECA is overloaded, workload, they aren't able to complete these projects on time. That's going to cost us, Navajo Nation, and by that time the contract might be expired. Even now the amendment of I vote red on this amendment. Leave as low as is. That's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. With that, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor at this time. I do have Honorable Eugene So next in the queue. Honorable Eugene So on amendment number 3.
Good chair.
Oh.
Honorable Seth Damon. I'm proudly to say it's chair because you're a good man. Yeah. I will start. Okay. You call by it in the quiz combination that the has on Ilya by it. Navajo Nation Council makes the law, takes it across, doesn't sign it. I don't be on this. They be not in the unit they based on our kid, they call the Yasa. And he has on Ilya, because it's a country young men. That's how I see it. The chair need I thought Ilya, Ilya. Because of Das Naso, it's a hawk, in not. But I go in the way of now. So this is a question that we ask, that we make the laws since day one as a Navajo Nation Council. And we take it across and let the president sign, make it into a law. And division director is done. They buy by them. So all these questions and all the things that I'm hearing is the same thing that we approved already, and then we keep asking it. And then all of it on the high Hudson that all the other council budget is linear coin the other coin that is neat. That's on it. The size and the economy. Yeah, oh, they don't have the yata. That's all about set needs and that's or thousand region metal they need another, but not. Asagi needs to know a corner of the Nabana with other net or Mrs. Nasty, yeah, because the question because now I don't know what this is taking forever. I don't believe this kind. I thought that we have a good government that we can push things along so we can get the people. Oh, but card is what I over to now is now. I feel on the hub in the house, huh? Not all hot. So how that is no. No, but now it's about how the answer is done that is now his stop based on okay on not it. That's how I see it. And all these contacts about the husband, yeah. I read up not deal kit. The lot of things I know, but I do know this is we're the one that make the laws. And we then the laws, the same laws, how they requesting the money for. Which they either put us for short secret as on or not. You see that? So I don't believe to prolong this 086. We need to approve it and let's go on forward and help the people. They're waiting for us. Or they're going to wait for another year? Time is short now. When the this person is up I showed it on top case. You guys are smarter than I, and I know. Yeah, thank you. Speaker should say, away my time.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to run back from the little boys' room. Honorable Eugene, so thank you very much for your time. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, colleagues. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 49 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is a really good discussion because I think what we're trying to do here is we're trying to assist our businesses. And I think that the questions that were posed to NTUA and also water resources, I don't believe them to be true. If the contracts are already in place, then that means that going forward, it wouldn't affect them. So I will stand for Navajo businesses and making sure that they do get a piece of this ARPA money. And that starts with this legislation being corrected with the language that was provided in CJY-41-21. We need to get rid of that emergency procurement clause and make it possible for our businesses to have the opportunity to get some of this funding. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Waiving your time on amendment number 3. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, though, Bishmasan, not Dinty. I don't know, Sagi, quarter amendment, that's those. Schneider Kid A, not yet, will ya, the emergency procurement again. Look at the question, now states out that the energy emergency. I couldn't let you need so. Kare, ne? Would do the Abos Neil Nahalo. Adalia. Other priority 1, priority 2. So, bone it's now a what is the 164 review Nahalo? Adore me. Opening the put outside the Shagi. It is here, huh? Nito, they being don't know y'all I miss it. So not can low. Other the one so the deep is any I see but the slow the yash hold. Of course and I see to the yash hold the beat us so with that eggy. Then now what I thought that does say clean over that bears any earlier. Without another answer without none of the ago to yash hold. Okay, what I'll be at this though, I reserve my time care.
time at 1 minute, 10 seconds. That, before I go back to the sponsor, let me go to Honorable Freeland. I have you, Honorable Freeland, in the queue with 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues, and appreciate the discussion as well. I just want to remind my colleagues that Eastern Navajo is different and will always be at a disadvantage compared to trust side. And I really want to emphasize that because we don't own the land out here. We don't have the luxury of trust status out here. It's multiple jurisdiction, it's checkerboard. That's why we have different providers. That's why we have to rely on non-Navajo providers. I do, and I'm not saying that I don't support Navajo businesses, but if there's a Navajo business that can support or take the job, then I definitely would support that. But we don't have any, according to Ms. Barbaroff and according to Mr. Kuntz. We have no choice but to go with non-Navajo businesses. So I just want to remind my colleagues that this is something completely different for us out here in Eastern Navajo. The land status is what makes us different, makes it complex. Makes it a lot harder for us to get things done out here. And we're always going to be at a disadvantage. We're always going to be behind because of that. So I want to emphasize that to my colleagues as well. Speaker, I didn't get my answers to my questions answered by Mr. John and Mr. Kuntz with a simple yes or no. Will this amendment benefit Eastern Navajo Agency? I reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. What? You reserve your time at 1 minute, 27 seconds. Let me go back to the floor. Honorable Alma Brigade for response, and then I'll go to Mr. Coons and Mr. John, if there's any other comments on your part. What can you hear me? Mm-hmm. And then from there, we'll go to what.
Speaker, this is Deliberations.
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Chair Rido, members of the 24 Navajo Nation Council. Then Daidos Kidida, Shin, the Junior here. By Hunt, Hido, Cat, Hido, Shidado, Delegate Smith. I don't see the has on it all. I don't have known that it's already in place. So, need the topic either. Though that's what the business, Navajo business contractors, I don't know, business owners, so, I haven't been of taught, so I haven't really gone into that. So, we requested through the Business Regulatory and Tax Commission. We haven't seen any type of where there can be coordination between that to help the business owners. Just like I said, they applied it. Some of these applied it for their priority one contractors for so many years, over about 30 years of the contract. It's like retired from these because they have their hits. They started about they got on that business again. So that's where some of these they're having trouble with these. Just like I said, they haven't worked on on the nation, but the business, but the tax commission don't know they had to go through that, but they don't have any statement with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. So they made it blank right there, and then here that said you cannot put anything none or double car. That's the reason why don't it? And now 6 months is neat. I know we can't wait for them. We will have to start working on other projects down there. And the whole
is there, sorry, Honorable Elmer Brigade, that was me. I was not muted. Honorable Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So that's how they're explaining it. So that by FTE code, I don't have that to do right now because there's a lot of $1 billion, that's $1 billion that's out there, and we're trying to have them to strengthen all your scale undoes this quite get to this employment purpose or business opportunity act. Your undoes this up scale undoes this up. I because of what's just other the need is so are you by your facility so on you what I do not as a journalist do they do that the water resource, you know, saying that the can be retroactive to the community on that is, you know, let's say the council not to it can affect that. AI is this existing gate or don't need to not called that they because it was the yeah, who did outshot no, you just keep it go. You could add who did need it so and send out who did need and out with the need it go. Could the programs has added to so it can't easily does it or what that needed. Just for one example. Graduation band that's still you congratulations that not I was keep up when they coming back has it couldn't do has it we can have jobs available for them. 8 then. So what are the people we try to tell them to go on your own and do your own business and I don't know yet if it did now about it. So it's we're the legislatures. When we can do that. Okay, then no only go ahead and start working on it. Start doing some legislation to correct it for them. What I in Hinha Slako could own the other listen or no so could the best in Indian heart to correct that. So what I hate that here, so that's the way I look at it. Don't understand. So if the public aid they're on the line. I think what that amendment that squares most of them are that we have to go back to CJY 4121 but so other hard if you look at it out here so speaker so I appreciate the time and then I appreciate the question she can't not go I need help if you can help the business owners I would really appreciate that because speakers that's my response.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, let me go to there was a question again. If there's any response from NTUA or Water Management Branch, Mr. Jason John, I think, or Mr. Rex Kuntz at this time, too, as well.
Yes, Speaker, this is Jason John.
Yes, Mr. John, thank you. Floor is yours.
I just we understand the procurement process is already a very cumbersome process to work with, and it takes months to get goods and services provided as things currently stand. There's even more detail when it when people say it doesn't apply to existing contracts, it may not apply to an existing contract with the current funding that they have. My concern is that once we try to process an amendment to add on these funds to those existing contracts, I think it's not going to be allowed. And that's why I said we would have to go and basically start the process all over again. And I don't know if an engineering or construction firm would want to take on the work that was begun by somebody else. So it's very hard for me to see the benefit to the Eastern Agency at this point. That's my short response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rex Coons.
Specifically to Delegate Freeland's response, no, if this goes through, we wouldn't be allowed to receive any of the dollars, and so we couldn't help an Easter agency, and we wouldn't be able to help any of the agencies.
Thank you very much.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege by Vice Chair Slater. Good evening. Actually, good afternoon. Vice Chair Slater. Feels like evening to me, I guess. Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I get clarification on what Mr. Kuhn said? And does that mean that none of the electric and power projects would be able to be delivered by NTUA if this amendment passes? Is that what he's saying?
That moving to
question and privilege on the same thing.
Mr. Rex Kuntz, question of privilege, point of privilege, Chairman Henio, I'll come to you right after Mr. Kuntz.
It's in line with the same question.
Is it with regards to the same question?
Yes.
Point of privilege, and Chairman Henio, the floor is yours.
I can answer to the Speaker Damon. In line with Delegate Vice Chair Slater's question, what about the bathroom additions that we were talking about earlier too? I can answer to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much with that. Let's go to Mr. Rex Kuntz.
Well, to clarify, N2A is not a contractor or a vendor, so we've never gotten ourselves listed on the vendor list. So there's no ranking for us. There's no priority 1, priority 2, or any priority. We're not listed there. So if the legislation says it has to be a priority 1, priority 2, it eliminates N2A from consideration. So we can't deliver water lines, power lines. We can't be involved in the bathroom additions. You wouldn't be allowed to use us as a builder or administrator or anything right away, nothing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rex Kuntz. That colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have everybody else in the queue at this time. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, Combination Council. So I'd like to give the remaining time to Chairman Edmund Yazzie. You, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. 59 seconds, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, Speaker Damon and members of the council, on this amendment, I encourage that we vote this red. Reason why is that we heard from NTUA, we heard from Mr. Jason John. It's going to affect our projects within Eastern. Smith Lake is going to get water in the future within 2 years, the works of NTUA and Sauter Miller. So if this passes, then the Smith Lake area, which has already bad water from uranium, is going to be affected really bad by this amendment. And so I am not against Navajo business owners, but I am for Navajos that are receiving services from companies that can provide them water, electric. And so, colleagues, please let's vote red on the amendment. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much with that. Comments, Honorable Chairman Yazi. That, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute and 27 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker,
Point of
relation.
privilege, Buddy.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Yes,
Floor is
thank you.
yours. Good afternoon. Honorable Freeland,
My-
hold up in the queue.
Is for Legislative Council. I'm looking at the amendment language offered by Elmer Begay. I am trying to find language to support NQA's. I'm looking for the language to support NQA's position that they would not be part of these projects. Understanding they're not a priority 1 or 2, but there is language in here regarding Navajo Nation owned entities that they shall not be favored. But if a Navajo owned entity is selected, such entity or enterprise shall only hire or contract with Navajo subcontractors. But could we shed light in terms of Mr. Kuhn's statement regarding NQA involvement in these projects according to the amendment language? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go to that point of privilege. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Much turns on whether NTUA is a priority 1 or priority 2 contractor. NTUA has said they are not. So as you read through the amendment, and I am going to use Amendment 2, paragraph C, and what it says is that the Department of Water Resources is authorized to execute these water and wastewater projects directly or through the use of Navajo Priority 1 and 2 contractors and subrecipients. So the nation can, the Department of Water Resources can only contract under this amendment with Priority 1 and 2 contractors. If NQA is not a Priority 1 or Priority 2 contractor, then no, they would not be eligible for any of these contracts. Now, I am aware that there is at least one that there may be other enterprises that are Priority 1, that do have Priority 1 or Priority 2 status. But specifically to NQA, if they are not Priority 1 or 2 status, they would not be eligible to receive any contracts. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that answers your question.
Speaker, question privilege.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for that. There's a point of privilege by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, good afternoon. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to what Ms. Barbroff just mentioned, would that also apply to Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Hayes Mountain Electric Co-op, the City of Farmington Electricity, and Socorro Electric as well, who provide electrical services to Eastern Navajo Agency? Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you. Delegate Freeland, thank you for the question. So in the first instance, to get a contract under this amendment, it must be a Navajo Priority 1 or Priority 2 company, contractor, vendor. So if the entities that you listed, if they are not Priority 1 or Priority 2, then they will not be eligible for a contract. Thank you, Delegate Freeland.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbroff. With that, going back to you now. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute and 27 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, Speaker, all my questions have been answered. I'm going to yield my time to Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yazzie. You have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland, and also Smith for giving me some time. As I was saying earlier, colleagues, these projects that are pending right now, which Smith Lake, Mariana Lake, Pinedale, Church Rock, and then Theroux is affected by uranium. And we have been in touch with Sauter Miller and NTUA, have numerous meetings. In the years before, it was just meetings. But now we are getting commitment, and funding has and will be available for getting clean water to the communities that I mentioned. And the main one is Smith Lake. And studies have shown from Sauter Miller that uranium is still the major impact of trying to get clean water to them. And so TUA is trying to have water, but it's just a heavy impact of uranium. And there was drilling that was done by Sauter Miller, and the drilling results of testing shows that uranium is still located within thousands of feet in the ground. And so, but the good news was 3 weeks ago, we met with RDC Chair Nez and RDC member. Yes, okay. Colleagues, let's vote red, please, on the amendment. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
A question of privilege or point of privilege, Delegate Crotty?
I'm Chair Crotty. Point of privilege. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask Mr. John with Department of Water Resources, are there any Navajo priority 1 or priority 2 water engineers? The council, we received a report from a Navajo hydrologist with a company. Could you provide that information if there's an availability of a Navajo-owned company to meet the needs that are either priority 1 or priority 2? Thank you.
So Jason John.
Yes, Speaker. It really, the answer is, I don't know, because it depends on the type of engineering that has to be done. If they have all these engineering firms, they have different types of engineers that can do specific work, and they can sign and stamp their work as a professional engineer to those designs. There may be, and you don't know until you ask for specific statements of qualifications from the engineering firms and contractors on who they have on staff. And at that point, you would know if they are capable of doing the work that is required. And it could be anywhere from pipe design, hydraulics, well drilling design, water treatment system design. There's just so many different aspects to water systems that you really don't know until you actually ask for statements of qualifications and see their response to proposals. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. That, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues, on amendment number 3? If not, I'm going back to Honorable Elmer Begay at this time. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon again, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. As far as we know that we were trying to help the Navajo business people, and I know that I don't know why NTA and NECA and Water Resource. I know that they'll be given as a purpose right now. All the way the ARPA funding is already been set forth is the water lines and the bathroom additions already been given to our tribal enterprises. And like I said, it's mentioned in there saying that there's no qualified Navajo business that can go towards the enterprises, which will be the outside contractors. So I would say that then you know that the water that we have for public water systems all belongs to IHS and NTA. And then with the electrical on the Arizona side, it's already belong to NTA too. So I know that we'll be giving money to them, and they'll be the one that's going to be contracting these they'll be doing some contract with the vendors, and I don't know how they're going to be. That's where we want them to consider our own business contractors. And I already mentioned that they have the hardest time waiting for them to schedule, and then the way they schedule is very disturbing, because they don't know how to schedule it, because the nonprofit that they say, and then they work on their own leisure time to do that. But our Navajo contractors are different. They want to do their jobs, and they know how to schedule it. And we have our own professional people that I would say, they have more knowledge in doing water lines and running equipment, and they're like that. I believe in my own business people. So that's one of the reasons why we were doing this. So I know that our own people our own people already say that that they don't agree with our own enterprise, especially with NTA. They're trying to monopolize all the utilities, and they're trying to address that to us, but it's so hard to do. because of that is they're the only utility company on the reservation, and they don't want to compete too. And there's no competition. That's the reason why it's being established like that. I think we need to look into that, where we need to look into their policy and who's making all these policies and all these other, like for example, even though we already went through this about if they get electricity, the power line extension to this one home, they still have to pay $1,000 for meter loops, and then all these that they need to do, and all the fees that goes along with it. And if you go outside on the reservation or something like that, they just run power lines, and you start paying for that. So that's how it is. So I know that we went through this with broadband too. So we've been fighting with them, and then we've been they didn't give us a response, and sooner or later that the only response that we get is some consultant workers. They're responding to us, and it's not even NTAW. It's somebody else that we don't even know. And so I'm pretty sure it's being established like that. So I think if we want to really help the Navajo people, let's look into NTA. What kind of laws do they have, and what kind of who's making all these restrictions and all these the way they've been running their business. For example, one thing that I wanted to share with you is that we asked for a quotation. How much does it cost to give us a quote on the co-location? They said that it costs $2,200 just for an application given to us. Where in the business it's being run? Nowhere. They're the only one that's like that. Without saying yes or no, the application costs $2,000. And we have 5 locations that we need to do with over 11,000. That's for an application. And I'm not sure who knows all about that. But after that, if you get on it, then it costs over $3,000 and $3,300 to rent those co-locations each. So where does this money go? I think we need to look into that into NTAA. So that's my response to that. I think we, as a delegates, we're legislators. If we want to help the Navajo business owner, we need to look into that. I think that's where we're trying to help the Navajo people, the Navajo business owners. So that's my response for this, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, colleagues, we are on amendment number 3. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, and I don't have anybody else with reserve time. Are we ready to vote on amendment number 3? Going twice.
Eugenio.
Okay, with that, good afternoon, Chairman Henio. The floor is yours, new colleague.
Yeah, that's it. Speaker David, 24th Nomination Council call, listening to the debate on this amendment. And this as the more we're moving along and the more things are coming up, one of the issues that is coming up with NTUA, how they'll be pretty much out of the picture because of the fact that they're, through their own admission, they're not a priority status. And so I was just thinking about the water projects out here in Alamo and Rama, where they already got pre-engineering reports from non-Navajo contractors that will be essentially doing the construction for them, for the major water line for the communities in both places to bring much needed water. And so That's just thinking. So my question to Ms. Barboff would be is that since these two entities are already engaged with a non-Navajo contractor that's already has done the work doing pre-engineering reports for them, and therefore that's what the applications are based off. So as soon as they get the funding, they'd be ready to go and start the construction of the brand new water wells. And so will this eliminate those contracts also? Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I'm going to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Hino. Now I'm going to have to try to answer this question without actually seeing any of the contracts and documents. So this is a general answer. If a contract is already exists, which would probably be kind of surprising since this amendment speaks to the FRF funds, but if a contract already is in place, then no, this amendment will not affect it. The contract can continue to be implemented as I think it was Jason John who brought up the scenario as to, well, what happens if we have to modify the contract. And if you are going to modify an existing contract and that contract is using FRF funds, then it would be Office of Legislative Counsel's position that the amendment to the contract would be subject to this the Elmer Begay's amendment. It would not be affected by the modification requested by Charles Newton, but it would the amended contract would be subject to Delegate Begay's original amendment. Now, keep in mind, I believe and I'm certainly willing to be corrected, but if a contract is going to be amended or modified by more than 20%, new bidding has to go out, and Elmer Begay's amendment would certainly apply to that new bidding. Thank you, Speaker, and Delegate Chairman Hino. We can discuss further if you need, and having the ability to look at those documents would be helpful. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for that response. Moving on down, I do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown in the queue. Honorable Brown, floor is yours at this time.
Oh, yeah, Shananta, the chair of Nabigate, Delegate Speaker Damon, the Fishmaster on the chair, the Quaggy, Hashin Zago, Tibiki, Kegi, Shani, Ahashan, Abahazani, and Senda, and Shay, Nidi, Hidden, and on the Stayos, the cases, a conda, the Pesok, at the Sayu question, the Ligi. Did the question and can't league Ben Natcha based on Kate and the dot kilo choido had no a coho. Again, I know Mr. Jason John, you did reply to some of these questions from my colleagues. One simple question. My communities and other communities are really pushing for a water line project from San Juan River, Mexican Hat area to Helchita, Ojeto, Narrow Canyon, Kayenta, Chochimbito, Danahoto, and then to Rough Rock. With these funds, with this amendment, will this slow the process or even make it impossible to get Brown and Caldwell doing the basic feasibility study? But if we want to construct a big waterline project, will this impact it negatively, or will it not happen if this legislation passes? So if you can please respond to that. Speaker, I reserve my time.
That Uncle Brown, 3 minutes and 14 seconds on reserve time. Let me go ahead and go back to I guess Mr. Jason John, if you're dealing with the water project, or even Mr. Rex Kuntz at this time.
Yes, Speaker, this is Jason John.
Okay, Jason, Mr. John, go ahead, floor is yours.
There is a possibility that this amendment could affect that planned project, and I think that a project of that size, there are several layers of topics that have to be addressed, but nonetheless, the first part is the planning and design work. Based on the size of the project, it would need some specialized engineers when it comes to pipeline design and water treatment, and typically even some existing large non-Navajo firms, they have to outsource some of the water treatment designs because they don't have it in-house. And there's a lot of liability that comes with designing water treatment systems and things like that. So at this point in time, I don't know if any of the Navajo contractors, priority 1 or priority 2, have engineering staff that can design large water treatment systems. If they have that expertise from years of experience of doing that work before, I don't know if they do. So in that case, it would be, and you wouldn't know until you actually send out the requests for statements of qualifications or requests for proposals to do that work, what kind of response you would get. So it's highly likely that it could affect that project if there are no priority 1 contractors with the staffing to design such large systems. But like I said, I don't know for sure. But I know it's already a specialized area for many engineering firms already. But and as far as I think the planning and design could take up a bulk of the time frame for ARPA, and I would think that it would be hard to see that the design, the rights of way could all be completed within the next year or two. And then to think that construction could be completed by the end of 2026, I just don't think that's realistic. I think it is better to think about the planning and design work being done with ARPA funds. But I am skeptical of completing construction of it by 2026. Thank you, Speaker. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Anything that you'd like to add, Mr. Koontz from NTUA? If not, we can continue on down. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the queue. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time? Okay, well, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Chairman Hinu, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Kasi kaya nasa sa Speaker Damon. Just one of the concerns I have is on these shovel-ready projects that are ready to go once funding is allocated, and they're already going to be moving along. Hopefully, we can still meet that time of 2 years in 2024, or actually a year and a half now, in 2024, and then the 2 more years after that to completely finish the project. So that's just my concern, sitting here listening to everybody's comments and questions and so forth. So with that, I think we're at the tail end of this amendment. So if we're ready to vote, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hinu. Waiving the rest of the time. Honorable Brown, go ahead and go to you for the reserve time is 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, the speaker. I was on trying to get off mute here. I think can you hear me, speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think thank you for the response, Mr. John, and listening to both sides. I did meet with the Navajo business owners. One point that I think a lot of us are aware is it is the small businesses that are actually the backbone of any country, any thriving country. I know in the United States, it's the small businesses that carry and that bring in revenue. For the Navajo Nation and our Navajo people, it is, first of all, it is their funding. It is their census number that was used to receive this American Rescue Plan funding. So it's only fitting that they should be priority. But I'm also concerned that if it's going to slow down the process, when we as leadership have talked about this for over a year and our people are still waiting, I would hate to put another layer of red tape. My main concern is when I visited the elders at the Elder Fest and at these events, including yesterday evening with Chairman McDonald, all of them have unanimously reminded me to quickly approve the one of the ARPA. For myself, I do support, the amendment that was made by Delegate Slater in this legislation, but I have a feeling that President Jonathan Nez will line item veto it, and I know that will not benefit my communities. So I do support Delegate Crotty's legislation and the presentations that I've heard. So this legislation does make me nervous after the presentations that were given. But I know that I'm ready to vote on this amendment. And again, I do support, I will call a meeting with the small business owners like I have promised them as well. They have a lot of the answers where economic development is not fixing some of these issues and problems. I do appreciate that they have 2 meetings with Resource and Development Committee, so that gives me some peace of mind. But I would like to be involved in the process and to invite Navajo businesses to be involved in this conversation as well. Not just Resource and Development Committee and Economic Development, but small businesses have to be involved as well. So I know how I'm going to vote on this amendment. If it sounds like this amendment is going to slow down the process. So, yeah, and I waive the rest of my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Ready to vote.
Yeah. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? At this time, I have no one in the queue and no one with reserved time. We are on amendment number 3. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati.
Deja, vote green. This is Delegate Cruddy.
Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henia votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes red via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do we vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy
I vote
Yellowhair
red.
votes red. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. And Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 6 delegates who voted in favor, 16 delegates who voted to oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With 6 in favor, 16 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails on amendment number 3. That, colleagues, good afternoon, getting into good evening, colleagues. We are on back on the main motion of legislation 0086-22, sponsors by Honorable Freeland. We do have a motion by Honorable Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable Stewart. With that, colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Just to give a recap of how much time everyone has. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you still have 4 minutes, 29 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 33 seconds. These are all reserved time. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 56 seconds. Chairman Henio, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I called on you, but you didn't respond, so you still have 5 minutes. Honorable Keon Begay, 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes, 19 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, I called on you, but you, oh no, use over time. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. And then Honorable Eugene So is next in the queue. So with that, colleagues, we still have approximately about, I think there's 9 amendments in the queue. I mean, 9 amendments that are possible that are on legislation 0086-22. Colleagues, with that, I did secure time to work with colleagues who had meetings next week. There will be a special petition going out on legislation 0086-22 for coming back into session if there is going to be 13 signatures on that, and that will begin on, if we don't wrap up this legislation this evening, that will begin on Wednesday next week, June 29th at 1 p.m. Special session, and then all day on the 30th, Thursday, beginning at 10 a.m. So with that, colleagues, those 2 dates.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
If there will most likely be a special session petition going out on this legislation after starting sometime tomorrow. Point of privilege, before I go back to the floor, colleagues, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege, has the Office of the President and Vice President submitted documents for the water projects that were line item vetoed by President Nez? In their veto message, they identified these water projects were in legislation 0086-22. We have not been able to find what the office is referring to, and I would need amendment language from that office to fully fund those water projects that were line item vetoed by the president. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, what line item? What?
It was legislation 0209-22.
0209-21.
21. Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go to the line item. I remember which one you're talking about. The line item water projects, stating that those were supposed to be in legislation 0086-22, and you're wondering if those are actually in the legislation. So, Mr. Paulson Chaco, as a response due to the president's line item veto, are those projects in legislation 0086-22? This is the 3rd time I called on Chief Paulson Chaco. Is there somebody from the office of the president or vice president who's on the line, or Mr. President?
Mr. Speaker, this is Paulson. I'm on the line. Sorry.
Oh, Chief, good evening. I'm sure you heard the question. So are those items in legislation 0086-22?
Mr. Speaker, maybe if you can clarify, we are talking about the water projects that are on 0086?
Mr. Paulson Chaco, on legislation 0209? 0209-22, that was I know, but that was the cap 18-22. I know, but that was originally the legislation for, that was originally the legislation for water project for Western Pipeline, right? Okay, there was original water project for Western Pipeline. In that legislation, Madam Chair did an amendment And in the amendment, there was projects that were line item vetoed, or she did successfully attach that amendment to the legislation. That legislation 0209-22, which became CAT 18-22, there was certain line item projects that were in there. And those line item vetoed projects are Newcomb Connection Phase 1, Sheep Springs Connection Phase 1, Carbono Pass, Sheep Springs Connection Phase 2, Nashidi Connection. Those were the ones that were line item vetoed by the president. Now, and the president, according to Madam Chair, Crotty stated to her that those would be in legislation 0086-22. Are those line item vetoed projects in legislation 0086-22?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
thank you for the clarification and the questions from Honorable Delegate Crotty. Those projects that are identified in there, Jason John is on the line right now. So Jason is the one that developed all of the water projects. So I can have Jason respond back. He's on the call right now, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jason John?
Yes, Speaker.
Where's yours?
So one of the projects that was vetoed in 0209-21 was the Newcomb connection that was vetoed for $4.4 million. In this current legislation 0086-22, there is $847,472,000 that would go toward the engineering. But what is not in the current legislation is the difference between the $4.4 million that was vetoed and the $847,000 that is in the current legislation. The second project that was vetoed was the Sheep Springs Connection Phase 1. That amount that was vetoed was $3,225,000. What is in the current legislation being discussed today is $685,922 for engineering. So what is not in the legislation is the difference between the 3.2 million and the 685,000. The third project that was vetoed was the Nashidi connection for $2,612,500. That was vetoed in 0209-21. What is in the current legislation is actually a little bit more than what was vetoed. In the current legislation, there is $400,000 for engineering and $2,750,000 for construction. So there's over $3 million in the current legislation compared to what was vetoed, which was $2.6 million. The last project that was vetoed in 0209-21 was the Narbonne Pass Connection Phase 2. And that was vetoed in the amount of $4 million. But this connection is Phase 2, so Phase 1 needed to be constructed first. But so there is, for Phase 1 of the Narbonne Pass, it was funded earlier on in the listing. But, you know, the question is, do we want to try to fund a phase that would be designed and constructed later on. So right now, there is no design or construction money for phase 2, just phase 1 for the Nobana Pass connection. So that's a very short summary, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, again, as we continue to move on down on legislation 0086-22, colleagues, just for reference, the time now is 4:16. Again, just for clarity, most likely there will be a special petition going out on legislation 0086-22 for next Wednesday and Thursday. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor now. Just also be mindful, colleagues, I did request to the chairs that if I could be excused from 5 to 8 o'clock this evening. I do have, there's a proclamation signing in front of the chambers, and I do have to do some personal things. One is go, I'll say it, I had to go to the hospital, pick up my medication, then I gotta go drop some stuff off at a chemo doc. So I was asking to see if somebody could, one of the chairs could sit in, but it seems like there might not be one. So I'll try to run the best as I possibly can, colleagues, to continue on with the meeting this evening as I continue to go do what I have to do. So with that, Honorable Eugene So, good evening. The floor is yours.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's true. So just yesterday, Dana, she's listening, that the OJ recommend amendment. That has an amendment 3 that's all this. The purpose of the amendment is to ensure that the nation can use FRF funds for central support and regulatory service as expensively as U.S. Treasury's fund rule allows. It's currently written in the CJY 4121. The nation's allowable use or more restrictive that the rules allow. ADG does something so I think it's there. Maybe they can read it. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. 4 minutes, 11 seconds. Ms. Barbara? Was there anything that was sent out?
Or was it the one that DOJ?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I did send that amendment out to all delegates yesterday requesting a sponsor. I will resend it.
We got it, Ms. Barbara.
Oh,
We're sending
okay.
it out right now again, from Jalissa. Is sending it out right now from the amendments, colleagues. That actually was sent out yesterday at 7:41 p.m. So with that, Ms. Nakai, you have it?
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Nakai, if you could read amendment number 3 into the record. This is raised by Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker. One on page, this is amendment to legislation number 0086-21. Sponsor is Eugene So. On page 28, line 2, insert new paragraph M as follows. M, new language, Navajo Nation programs and offices receiving NNFRF allocations and resolution CJY 4121 for central support and or regulatory service shall use such funding to develop the legal, financial, organizational, managerial, administrative, regulatory, and reporting framework necessary to support the expeditious completion of NNFRF funded projects and the provision of NNFRF funded services, and may also use such funding to administer projects that are funded from non-FRF sources, provided that NNDOJ determines that all proposed expenditures of NNFRF administration funding are allowable under the Treasury guidance. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Nomination Council hereby authorizes offices of legislative services and office of legislative counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Ms. Nakai, on amendment number 1, actually, amendment number 3. Honorable Eugene So, are you good with amendment number 3 as it was read into the record?
What I didn't need, that's what is recommended. So I'm sponsoring that for the DOJ. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Rick Nez seconds the motion.
That Chairman Nez seconds the motion on amendment number 3. That, colleagues, any comments or questions on amendment number 3?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good evening. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Doesn't the Attorney General's office, aren't they already receiving $25,446,933? Is that pertaining to that money that that's already allocated to them through the ARPA NNFRF business unit financial status as of June 21st, 2022? Is that correct? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
So we're time at 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time on amendment number 3? There's none. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So. It's a question.
Then, where's my agent? Is there still, are they out there?
I
Speaker,
think that would be back to Department of Justice, would be your agent. Honorable
Yes.
Eugene So. So is there anyone from the Department of Justice who is willing to be Honorable Eugene So's agent in this amendment?
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. This is Ajwa Ajay from the Tax and Finance Unit at DOJ.
Yes.
While I am happy to serve as Delegate So's agent in answering this question, I do not work on DOJ's budgets. So I would have to ask that either the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General would be the best position to answer the question about OAG's budget. Thank you.
Okay, so is the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General on the line?
Speaker Damon, I am attempting to find that out right now. If you'll give me just one moment.
Okay. With that, I'm going to come back then. Colleagues, on amendment number 3, I'm going back to the motion. Is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Cardy, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. With the, thank you, Shiaj, for the amendment. What I'm not clear on is in terms of the second half of the provision after the comma. You're asking the council to also allow funding to administer projects that are not funded, that are funded from non-FRF sources, provided that DOJ determines they are allowable. I need a clear idea what this language means, and why would we allow FRF funding to be used for non-FRF projects if there's so much needs on our nation. I need a clear example on why this amendment is being requested, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, yeah. Madam Chair, Amber Cardy, 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Unreserved time. Let me go ahead and refer back to Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I am still attempting to reach the AG and Deputy AG.
Okay, thank you.
Question of privilege, Speaker? I'm sorry, point of privilege.
Okay, thank you very much. As we're waiting, colleagues. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
Speaker, my point of privilege is that we are being held up right now by the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General when they've asked us to submit an amendment on their behalf, but they're not here to answer any questions as agents. My question is, in this case, since the sponsor of the amendment, Delegate Eugene So, can't answer the questions and there are questions being raised, what options do we have to move past this so that we can get to the other amendments? Thank you, Speaker.
As the option is, we can vote on the amendment. Honorable Eugene So can withdraw his. You can ask him, Honorable Eugene So, to withdraw his amendment until later on. Then come back to him. Those are only two, right? Those are the only two options at this time, Madam Chair. Moving on down. Back to main motion. Did you say Keon? I don't have him up here. Is it slow? Oh, okay. I'm disconnected. Honorable Keon Begay, Che, good evening. Floor is yours.
Yeah, it's okay, fast, Che.
I'm Keon Begay. I don't hear you. You went over a mountain or a bump. Keon Begay going twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. So every time at 4 minutes, 53 seconds, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak, sir.
That Chairman Nez, good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Since our agents are not available and we're wasting time waiting, I believe I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my second. So other amendments can be entertained. So I would like to withdraw my second. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Deputy AG Dutcher. I'm trying to look.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Nez. That, colleagues, on amendment number 3, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, Chairman Rick Nez has withdrawn a second. At this time, I'll go back to the floor. Is there any other, can I please, I won't ask for a second on amendment number 3.
Second, Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, we're back at the main motion. Let me go. I think I heard, actually not on the main motion, back on the amendment. Assistant Attorney General, good evening.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon.
Sorry for the delay, Speaker. I'm trying to locate this information. I think the intent of this amendment was not limited to DOJ. It was because of CJY 4121 that we needed some expanding. We requested some expansion of the language in terms of the administrative and regulatory, they'll clarify. And I believe it is discussed this with the Office of Legislative Counsel. And if you give me a few more minutes, I will try to locate that information, and I apologize for the delay. I was not aware that I was this enough, and if I'd been given some advance notice, I could have been prepared to be available more soon. Thank you for your patience.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you very much. As Department of Justice is asking for more time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, good afternoon, good evening. The point of privilege at this time.
Yes, Speaker, I'm sorry. On my end, it was like really slowing down, and then it like would pick up really fast and then it would slow down again. So I think if I heard correctly, she's saying that she wasn't aware of this amendment and she needs more time. Is that correct, Speaker? Thank you.
I can't speak for Madam Assistant Attorney General. Madam Assistant Attorney General.
Yes, Speaker.
There was a question and follow-up, just because your connection is it goes in and out.
I'm aware of the amendment. I just didn't know it was going to be called up when it was. I just need a little bit of time to find the background information to answer the question.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, go ahead and go back to the floor. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues? There's not, going back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 34 seconds.
Question of privilege, point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I call this point of privilege because you're going back to the time when our questions weren't even answered. So even if we go to reserve time, seconds are going to be taken off of our time. So how much time does Assistant Deputy Attorney General need? And can we ask the sponsor of the amendment and the second to withdraw so that we can move forward? Because they're obviously not ready. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I'll go to first, Assistant Attorney General Dutcher. How long do you think you're going to need? That's one question.
Thank you. Give me 10 minutes, please.
Okay. That on Eugene So there's a request to withdraw until your agents are ready.
I run the whole just 2 minutes to check. That's a question. We call your Katie on sorry, your check dog is Katie had to see it in ya. Koroipa is a cutoff. It's in your own for dog. I run the 2 minutes and sorry, man, just case. I think you cut out the name that on the way that is not all place need the petition not all need a chinani of cut banana ingo. In addition, next week. Alcohol. The 2 minutes as I don't 1 minute is a criteria maybe we can get in 2 minutes. Maybe it's already 2 minutes yet. All stuff should say.
Eugene So she said 10 minutes. Madam Chair Charles, there's your question,
minutes, okay.
Your response. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 34 seconds on reserve time.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Good evening, Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point
Speaker,
of
we're going to
privilege?
keep going round and round. You're gonna come back to me. My question wasn't even answered, so I don't even know how to even go forward. I don't want to use my time because it's gonna take seconds away. So I mean, we're just gonna keep going round and round here, Speaker. I'm not gonna lose my time because my question wasn't answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Speaker
you.
Damon, I apologize for interrupting. This is Adra with TFU. I'm ready to answer the question.
Okay, there it is. Going to the Department of Justice. Where's yours to answer the question?
Thank you. And again, delegates, apologies. Deputy Dutcher is not feeling so well, so I'm going to read out the answer. But this is an answer from Deputy Attorney General Dutcher. And so the question was about how much, or excuse me, what this amendment is meant to do. And the amendment is basically a legislative fix that would add language so that FRF administrative funds can be used to the full extent permitted by Treasury. So it's not changing anything, it's just making clear that this would be allowing the administrative funds to be used to the full extent that's permitted by Treasury. Because as you are all aware, there's a lot of support work that needs to happen in order to get all of these projects executed, all the things that need to be done behind the scenes. And so it was just to clarify that through this amendment in 0086-22. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So you said it's a legislative fix. Can you point to the legislation that limits the way that you're currently spending your funds? Reserve time, Speaker.
4 minutes and 26 seconds. Before I go back to Department of Justice or Ajwa, I don't know if you're going to be answering that question. I'm going to continue on down to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes and 14 seconds on reserve time. Chair Amber Crotty going twice. Chair Amber Crotty going 3 times. That moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay. Chair, you back on the line, 4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Yeah, that's China. Ecuador, by a lot of times, Ecuador, that's it, sure. And Papan his Ahosana. George has your Papa with Neto, has your the Nenda that is Aki, has your the Ecuador, the his army, in the case of Nansa, it, the Edo, Ecuador, but be on the store. They try to have me, a lot of time, I mean, no offense to our non-Navajo speaker, but a huge Ecuador by age, she has also the naked that she's done that. For her late out, a show, but bake it, don't treat out, but don't get never is son in Eastern. He that in East, don't expect a house in the water. But in the end, the national shut up, they did and the key out the Ecuador show. The quack be by age, she told by yet he gets out jobs, our youth, our single, but he can't yet instant. And I think that's where we come in as a council. We really need to relay the message, effective message to our Navajo people that are listening, to have an understanding of what motioning and what information and the progress that we're making. For Asian Ecuador, big at night, Kitiki, Stay, Niyaki, Dajo, the Tada, Stop Shekudos, Mayaria, Hatsi, it are based on the Niki, Jokania, the DOJ, not in your legislative fix it, non tender not for a quacky keen and Panotan, the Shikito, such a opera officer, that in the Shikita, that's all the agents on the band, such case of quacky. Ecuador, maybe DOJ can further clarify the actual intent other than what was being played by DOJ speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'll do it. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. With that, let me go back to Department of Justice for response.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Delegate Charles Newton, to your question, if you look at section 7D in CJY 4121, the language reads, and I quote, "The programs and offices receiving NNFRF for central support and or regulatory services shall use such funding to develop the legal, financial, organizational, managerial, administrative, regulatory, and reporting framework necessary to support the expeditious completion of NNFRF funded projects and the provision of NNFRF funded services," close quote. So that didn't comprehensively cover DOJ's needs in terms of what DOJ had asked for and an administrative budget and what it would be used for. So as an example, DOJ identified needs such as IT, building space and repair, personnel support, things like that, contracts. And so this proposed amendment number 3, as I said earlier, when I called it a legislative fix, would be to ensure or to clarify the fact that the FRF admin budget could be used more broadly beyond the limitation of what was listed in section 7D of CJY 4121, so long as it is allowable, the proposed use is allowable under Treasury guidance. And to Delegate Kialan-Begay's question, you had asked if I could clarify, but unfortunately, I did not catch what it was you wanted me to clarify. So I respectfully ask that you restate your question. I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
I'm going back to Honorable Kialan-Begay. Shay, floor is yours for response. Not taking any time. Honorable Kialan-Begay.
Speaker, point of privilege. Speaker, somebody keeps muting me, but point of privilege.
Honorable Kialan-Begay, I'm going back to you, not taking away any of your time to restate your question to Department of Justice.
Speaker, my point, my question specifically is an example. We're now doing some legislative fix. A lot of our chapters projects were deemed ineligible, utilizing the supposed not fixed legislative situation here. So how does that change this particular policy in going back to reviewing a lot of these projects at the chapter level that were being, what do you call it, they weren't ineligible? But not just speaker. Ik had bij aan die gezocht en dat is net toch zo bij ons en dat is ben je in het zanneke. Ik kan nog wat daar bij dat shanky. Ik krijg dat is toch zo net let dat is toch dat dat die graag ook an example that some of our chapter projects could be able to be reviewed again. I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to say for a clarification further. Because if we're allowing only the DOJ to utilize this particular legislative fix, I believe it's still leaving out a lot of our chapters to actually deal with and getting certain projects to be pushed through for their eligibility based on the current Department of Justice's review. Speaker, I'm not sure if I don't know if I've made myself clear.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Kialan-Begay. That, going back to Adjoa from Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. So, Council delegates, I want to be clear that this proposed amendment number 3 is not limited to DOJ. It's for Navajo Nation programs and offices collectively that are receiving FRF allocations. And so it's just to ensure that the needs of the offices and the programs that are receiving the administrative funds are consistent with allowable uses under Treasury guidance, and that it is clear that the offices and programs are allowed to use that administrative money to meet those needs in the ways that are allowable under Treasury guidance. And so it is not changing, it's not taking a second look at whether things are eligible or not, or in any way disadvantaging other entities who may have received FRF administrative funds. So as an example, I would point to the Department of Justice funding request that the Department of Justice put together. And specifically, it speaks to needs for staffing support, critical technology needs, building space, repair, supplies, things like that. And so just the way Section 7 of CJY 4121 reads, this amendment number 3 just wants to clarify the fact that all the programs, DOJ included, that received administrative funds can use the funds so long as they're allowable under the Treasury guidance to meet the needs that would help execute the NNFRF funded projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, good afternoon. Floor is yours on amendment number 3.
Speaker, this is the 24 Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to reserve my time. I think my subject is kind of not related to this amendment number 3, but I'm requesting for additional money. Not additional, excuse me. I'm requesting for funds for pertains to reservoir and dam that we need in Black Mesa. Maybe this is off the subject. Maybe the next amendment I'm requesting for a fund. If you understand. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 28
4 minutes,
seconds.
28 seconds, Speaker.
28 seconds.
Thank you. Yeah.
With that, Honorable Yellow here, the if you're going to be doing an amendment, you have to work with Office of Legislative Counsel to make sure that that amendment falls into compliance with the ARPA or FRF regulations.
Speaker,
So if you're going to work on an amendment, you need to be working with Office of Legislative Counsel. Just FYI. That, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Otto So on the main motion or on the amendment number 3. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It sounds like this is just a technical fix. And I think the way the ARPA money came down the pipeline was based off of the enrollment. The other is the workforce. And I think the workforce portion is really something that we need to identify what that amount was, because everything is going into services. And Department of Justice, this amendment is, I think it's good, because our programs deserve the share, their share, so that they can improve their offices to get into compliance with ARPA, utilizing their policy so that they could provide a safe working environment for Navajo employees. And whether it's for Department of Justice or any other program, and I view this as a technical fix. So I support this amendment, and I'm going to go back on mute. Reserve my time.
Speaker Damon, put me on the queue. Vice Chair.
3 minutes, 41 seconds, Speaker.
Somebody muted me. That, thank you, Honorable Otto. So 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Council, and also tonight for sponsoring this amendment. The way I understand this amendment is programs in the whole Navajo Nation will benefit from it. According to DOJ Attorney Oshawa, glad she clarified that. It's just a good motion and a good way to make sure that we spend these dollars that will be sent out and these dollars that will be provided should and when we do pass the legislation to get these fundings out to even our chapters, all programs. I really glad that this language has been put in place, and it does help on behalf of making sure that we do utilize the funding in accordance to the U.S. Treasury guidelines and laws and regulations, not outside that box. Because if we do go outside that box, then we're held accountable and liable. So, I don't know. I can't. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
3 minutes, 44 seconds.
That 3 minutes and 44 seconds reserve time, Vice Chair Smith. Colleagues, let me go ahead and there's some comments on this. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? Not? Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I'm a little bit confused because you're referencing CJY-41-21, yet the amendment doesn't reference that. You're creating a different, I guess, a whole new language. So you're going to have two conflicting legislations. Why wasn't CJY-41-21 referenced if you're looking specifically at D? I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 2 seconds. That we went down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Four minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I requested an example of why this technical amendment is being proposed. My concern is if the focus is to spend down the FRF funding and to have that support projects, this in the language without any type of evidence or examples, this just sounds like funding, like let's say if administrative funding that the executive has so far demonstrated they cannot spend down, then we'll start using it for other areas. Even though it's considered by Navajo Nation DOJ as eligible, that would then just. I am trying to understand why this technical amendment is being proposed if the administration still has not spent the $180 million for these projects, and we're still dealing with internal issues, not hiring individuals, and now they're asking us to allow them to use it for other funding areas. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, let me go back to Department of Justice to respond to that.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Respectfully, Delegate Charles Newton and Delegate Crotty, I defer the question to the Office of Legislative Counsel. DOJ did not draft this amendment, I do not believe. And also in terms of the intent behind it, I would respectfully defer that as well as DOJ again did not participate in the drafting of this amendment. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Point of privilege, Speaker.
Oh, hold on. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, sorry, we're trying to get some technical things done here in the chambers. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, point of privilege. Well, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. If DOJ didn't ask for this amendment language, who asked for the amendment language to be inserted? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That Department of Justice. Let me go back to Ms. Barbara. Let me go back to Ms. Barbara first.
Thank you. This is Ms. Bobroff, and this conversation has gotten. DOJ did indeed request this amendment. It came from Mel Rodas, who requested that the language in CJY 4121, which Adjua read, that language was more restrictive than what was allowed in the Treasury's final rule. Now, we have to keep in mind that Treasury had not issued its final rule when CJY 4121 was put in place. Since Treasury issued its final rule, the use of central support and regulatory services costs has been expanded somewhat. Mr. Rodas requested that that expansion of the use of central support and regulatory services costs be approved by the council. One of the issues, and maybe the FRF office, Mr. Platero, can talk about this. As Adjua said, this amendment applies to everybody, not just DOJ. It applies to all programs who are going to receive central support and regulatory services costs. An example as to why we need more flexibility, as much flexibility as possible, is the fact that, for example, if Office of Legislative Counsel was to receive any of this central support or regulatory services costs under the previous framework, we could only use those funds to.
Point of privilege. Madam Chair, Charles Newman. Ms. Barbroff, hold on. Sorry, Ms. Barbroff. Madam Chair, Charles Newman. Chair Charles Newman going 3 times. Ms. Barbroff.
And I'm right here. I'm right here, Speaker Damon.
Oh, did you raise a point of privilege? Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
I raised a point of order, Speaker. Somebody keeps muting me. I raised the point of order, Speaker.
Okay, I didn't. Point of order. Okay.
Yeah, Speaker, I call this point of order because it appears to be in violation of the established rules of council, because Ms. Bobroff stated previously that she cannot serve as an agent, being the chief counsel, but she's answering the question that was posed by Delegate Crotty. So my point of order is that is she serving as an agent? And if that's the case, then can we call upon legislative council to serve as agents from this point forward? Thank you, Speaker.
I don't think she's serving as an agent. I think she's just trying to clarify.
Speaker, she's clarifying what Delegate Crotty asked. And that should be to whoever asked for this
Okay.
language.
Ms. Barbara? Ms. Barbara?
Speaker, thank you. I'm not acting as an agent. I am responding to the question that was put forth to me. So the request was made by Mel Rodas to myself. I have numerous emails that support that. I can also explain, which I thought I was asked, as to why the amendment was requested. I am taking it that Delegate Charles Newton does not wish to hear that response. So I can finish now and turn it back over, or I can defer to your instructions, Speaker.
No, whatever else that you can explain regarding this amendment. And now we know there's further clarity on where this was derived from.
Okay, thank you. So what Department of Justice, why they indicated that this amendment was needed is, as I said, that the CJY 4121, when it was put in place before Treasury issued its final rule. After Treasury issued its final rule, the uses of central support and regulatory services costs are broader, are wider. You can use them for more purposes, such as the example I was going to use is without this amendment, if the Office of Legislative Counsel was provided central support cost funding, regular services funding before this amendment, we could only use that funding to support attorney work that was solely related to ARPA or FRF, FRF, that actually said that in the title. What we need is the ability to use these fundings to support legal services that support FRF projects, such as putting in right-of-ways, dealing with procurement issues, those types of issues, but may not say FRF in the title. So that is, and I understand that many other programs, certainly on the legislative branch, have had challenges being able to get their central support cost funding approved because of the restrictive limitations. This would expand Office of Legislative Counsels, the legislative branch, and executive branch's ability to budget in broader categories. So that is why, what was relayed to me, why the Department of Justice was requesting this amendment. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for that explanation. Um, More of a clear understanding of of the amendment now. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor. I do have what was that, Madam Chair? Everybody's time. Okay. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time. On amendment number 3. There's not. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Speaker, thank you very much. I request to reserve my time. Meanwhile, thank you for reserve my time.
4 minutes. 4 minutes and 22 seconds. That moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I am ready to vote on this legislation or this amendment, and I'm going to waive my time, rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll wait my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 2 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Dana, for the explanation. I guess it was just a little bit confusing that DOJ was called and then they get on and say that they weren't even the ones who asked for it, yet they answered questions to it prior to making that statement. And then you clarified with the email. So from my understanding, the language in CJY-41-21 was included prior to the decision that was made from the Treasury Department and the way that administrative funds are allowed to be used. What I don't understand is there was the example of how IT services is not, allowed, yet it's central support. And if you look at the documents that were sent to us by Tom Platero, what I think is kind of interesting is we have things in here for travel. We have personal travel. We have air transportation. We have office supplies. We have operating supplies, building, telephone, internet, wireless, IT, technology, consulting, media. And I still don't know what some of these things are, but I just find it very interesting that we're coming back to do a legislative fix and we're being told that money can't be spent a certain way when everything seems to be listed within the funding for central support and regulatory services. So I'm just a little bit confused as to what else is going to be used. What funding is going to be used for what else when everything is already listed in here in terms of what what central support is needed, what is needed for the FRF office, what is needed within each of the office. So I asked my colleagues to look at the documents that have been sent to us by Tom Platero, which details everything down, like I said, even down to media, even down to personnel travel, employment related expenses, insurance premiums, operating supplies. What else is not on this that we need to spend money on? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 42 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 1 second.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. In that same light, I'm concerned that this amendment, although the U.S. Treasury has broadened the guidelines, it's not clear at this point how or what funding is being requested to cover non-FRF items. If the sole purpose of this legislation is to get money out, we should continue with that mission as a council to make sure the FRF funding is used for the direct services. Also, in the legislation, it does allow at a certain point any remaining money will be then distributed back to the people. And so I don't think it is prudent to allow the administration or executive to utilize funding that is not or that is non-FRF just because funding is available. What we should be looking at is to streamline the process, creating effective programs so that we minimize the time it takes for internal reviews to modernize the system. All of this can be done under under the FRF funding and mission, and it just seems now that this has created another avenue where we don't know what it's going to be used for. It could be used for promotional items. It could be used for any of the other budget items in the name of trying to be eligible for the COVID restrictions. But without having that information, I'm going to continue to just move forward and try to use this funding for the intent with the priorities of the nation. And if the administration padded the executive offices, then they should be returning that money. So we know so far they didn't need an additional $40 million. This council should just continue to keep them accountable, spending down those dollars, and then you could revert it to programs that are eligible or programs that will provide direct services to our people. So I'll be voting red on this amendment, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, Kian 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
That is not only such check. The one other area that I like to express is it's always easy for the central office and the central government to make ways to improve the so-called services of delivery, but yet we leave the chapters out. So my question directly to the Department of Justice and even our Legislative Council is that how can we also involve in some of the areas that our chapter needs to also help in this particular project progress. Because only at all these thoughts, all this zan that a quadopa at the eho. Could the AEC that don't to a bit nagina the quato, not at the base of the but yet AEC such as the chapter, the officials, the grading officials, and whoever, at then Yego Ope has only baby can ask or then other the So I'd like to request DOJ and Legislative Council to draft up a proposed amendment language that we further also give certain leeway for our chapter to help develop these projects at the local level. Speaker, I could request a list. Reserve the rest of my time.
That, colleagues. That was bad. That Honorable Keelan McGee, reserve your time at 1 minute and 1 second. Okay, with that, let me go back to Department of Justice and maybe Ms. Barbara, if there's any further comments or further clarity. Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. At this time, I do not have anything else to add. As I understand Delegate Kealan Begay's question, it was a directive to co-draft amendment language relating to chapters. But please certainly correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on down. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Certainly, we can work on that amendment for Delegate Keon Begay. I will just need to have a conversation with him to understand exactly what he is requesting, and also if this, I will need to speak with the Division of Community Development as to how we might best implement this with, it will expand the Division of Community Development's use of their central support and regulatory services. So if this amendment were to pass, then I will work with Delegate Begay and community development to see what we can do to expand chapter involvement. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, with that, colleagues, there's no other further response. Let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, is there any other further comment, response? Yes, Honorable Eugene So. Yes.
Okay, so today, typically, Chagobina Arco, Trini Digay Yatikon, Jo Bahazanko. Is legislative fix Bahazanko, Anante. That is central tenant door as expanding. Because that is perhaps on in that Ilya, TJ what 4121. Yeah, I don't could the kid on any dot. Ayo, yes, Hilda, Diego, Ahago, Abo, Adadina, there's no paint on the steep base of Holyaki, 8 Hilda. So a get is Hokopena, a Kodo, a Cosina, Hasha, in Sedini, so they could a hot ask for a yes. But I get this art and they come at I thought and now see, and it thought I thought one, you should pass it so did I thought a yes. About it, and it I thought, yes. Oh, Kodo, Bahasan, Cotizo, in less week, a large constructor. A day, you know, I get this. A core and last the harder than added the unfitted now that a Kodo, so all at 8 I Smith. So come a car. Is in art cities case art at apartments art at a three branch art a base of in the honey neither ye car and what I go a civic is team. Planted are not in the shit over holla. They never a car as ye did and last thought archie don't if you don't know how to could acquire all in glad let us say it but another day last is a hot and has an eye the gas seen has a decorated kid again on any that based on need they get I yash on in Lego our whole band that on so a yash on based on the only eye it has only get a as a hundred years long has no end has used against me a argo is civic is a layman's term hot ago it is hinten na iso dila ni kodol baka dol was the legislation 0086-22 kodol ka dol was kodol bensi tenir ani di no bensi so na so be la dol lis hon ne dol lis isin hot ago in so integrated ben ka ben hi ka il yen so in it kodol go konne na pesa sana no ni le pesa bana no ni to she hot da kong ba ne ni da ta gi AI ta ne zo gi peso isin ya na o is nahagi at be has ani di oj ya has ani that offer ya has ani a khatil nahagi o hagi pa has ko in ha il nahagi and so shi ko do hot an so I had it da to ayo shi the trash it do shit la do ningi da be has ani complete sort of the city ayo do o hot an shi che so ya ho ligi hot ana hazon ya sa as a yale kid or not a deal kid. That's on the bar your whole I should or to need them. The thing that or what an I need and she don't just say I need that never know it and so on. I need everybody with that looking for the tribe. They're all trying to help the people. That's how I see it. So I say who gets in business. So she need and so on. And Allah, if I'm wrong or right, I don't know. But that mean now what that's all that. I thought we're all trying to help each other here, which this legislation should be a trip of a non continued children, not these all what the so speaker, that's my comment, and as I said, as learning term, how I understand this amendment and why I wanted to push it for the DOJ and also how it would help the tribe. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. That colleagues, I still don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair, 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Honorable Yellowhair going twice. Honorable Yellowhair going 3 times.
Hello,
That-
this is Delegate Yell here. This is like not pertaining to Mr. Gene So's legislation. Mine was he asked me, you had to go through to legislative council. I did this morning. I just wonder if everything in order with the legal counsel pertains to build a dam, like reservoir or restore reservoir, and based on what really happened, obviously this last year, we desperately need water for our livestock, and all windmills all dried up. Some windmills already beyond repair. If I'm out of order on this one, I'd like to request in the timely manner on the right amendment. Anyway, if this is not related to, I'd like to just to yield my time to Henson. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellowhair. Again, please reach out to Ms. Barbroff and her team for possible amendments. With that, colleagues, going on reserve time to Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Thank you. Can you explain to me what we could fund using administrative costs for non-FRF sources or non-FRF projects, reserve time?
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute and 1 second on reserve time.
Speaker, resume the time.
Reserve time at 59 seconds. That, moving on down, back to everybody else in the queue.
Arsenio, come in queue.
Chairman Henio, good afternoon. Your
Am I ready to speak?
Chairman Henio, the floor is yours, Chairman Henio.
Yeah, that's to that Speaker Damon. Regarding this amendment number 3, reading it over and over again, I'm understanding that. So, this question I have is Navajo Nation programs and offices receiving NFRF allocations. So, the question is, which programs and offices are receiving allocations through CJY 4121? I know it's the FRF office with Tampotero shop, but then what are the other programs that are receiving that allocation? Reserve my time.
$423, Speaker.
Hello? Speaker, are you there? Can anybody else hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair. Give us a moment.
Can I hear you? Yeah. We hear you. Can somebody continue muting you?
Thank you. Sorry, I got cut off. 4 minutes and 23 seconds is your reserve time. Chairman, I lost you. I didn't know what you said. Did you have a question? Without taking away your time, Chairman.
Can
you
hear me? So let's Speaker Damon.
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, I said that I had given you $100 gift card, but too bad you didn't hear me. So let's move forward. But anyway, so Speaker Damon, my question was reading the amendment again. And it says Navajo Nation programs and offices receiving FRF allocations through the resolution. My question was, is which programs and offices have received allocations? Because this pertains to them the way I'm reading it. And I know one of them is the Tom Potero's shop, which is the FRF office, but which other programs and offices have received that money so they could begin what's on the amendment here? Reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. With that, you reserved your time for me 23 seconds. So let me go back to, I'll go back to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So, if there's any response. And then I guess to Mr. Tom Potero's specific question. And then there's also his question too as well from Madam Chair Charles Newton. So, Honorable Eugene So. Then to Department of Justice, and then to Mr. Platero. Thank you. With that, Mr. Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, yesterday I emailed the 24th Navajo Nation Council the reports. There's 3 reports that FRF office prepares. One is the administrative support costs, administrative regulatory support costs. The others is the CARES funded. And the next one is the expenditure plan. The only expenditure plan that's approved right now is the hardship money. So all that information has been updated and emailed to the delegates. So underneath the administrative and regulatory support costs, there are 21 accounts. K211500 is the FRF office, K211501 is the broadband office, K211502 is human resources, K211503 is water resources, K211504 is EPA, K21505 is business regulatory, K211506 is heritage and historical preservation, K21508 is general land development, K21509 is division of community development, K211510 is DCD chapters. Again, there's a discussion on chapters receiving money. Chapters actually have administrative support cost money for $7,761,517. K211511 is AML. K211512 is forestry. K211513 is minerals. K211514 is Office of the Controller. K211515 is Navajo Land Department. K211519 is the Attorney General. K211520 is Fish and Wildlife. K211521 is Economic Development. K211527 is Navajo Nation Washington Office. K211536 is Department of Health. K211540 is Office of Management and Budget. The total of the 21 funded projects is $130,526,474. If Chair Henio wants me to email this again, I can do that. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that update, Mr. Tom Petro, is there anything else Department of Justice like to add on?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I would only add that there is a listing of the offices and programs that are providing central support and regulatory services, both for the executive branch and the legislative branch, listed in sections 7B and 7C of CJY 4121. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That colleagues, Ms. Barbara, would you like to add anything else?
No, Speaker, I don't believe there's anything else I should add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Let me go back to reserve time. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
One minute, 34 seconds, Speaker.
One minute, 34 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Speaker, I do apologize. My question wasn't answered. I reserve my time.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, can you restate your question without taking time?
Yes, Speaker. Based on the document that Tom Platero had sent us, I did read through several of the items that are listed, and I asked the question, what is not listed on this budget with the description that is needed to be covered, Speaker? Thank you.
Let me go to did you say Mr. Tom Platero, Madam Chair?
Speaker, let me restate it. Yesterday, we did receive the document that Tom Platero was talking about, and that was what I was reading from. And my question is, like, based on this document that we have received, what is needed that is not listed on this document? Because on this document, we have fleet, personal travel, air, office supplies, non-capital assets, operating supplies, building lease, building supplies, equipment supplies, telephone, internet, wireless, energy for electric, gas, etc., services for water and sewage, supplies for building R&M, services for equipment R&M, technology, consulting, media, training and professional dues, employment-related expenses, insurance premium, equipment, and the list goes on and on, Speaker. So what I'm asking is, what is needed at the offices that is not listed on this budget details report? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom. I can try to answer.
Mr. Platero, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, if you take a look at CJY 4121 on page 7 of 13, this is under section 7. Underneath D, again, page 7 of 13, it reads, the programs and offices receiving NNFRF for central support and or regulatory services shall use such funding to develop the legal, financial, organizational, managerial, administrative, regulatory, and reporting framework necessary to support the expedition completion of NNFRF funded projects and the provision of NNFRF funded services. That's the same as the amendment up to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines towards the middle. The new language to add to CJY 4121 would be thereafter, and may also use such funding to administer projects that are funded from non-FRF sources, provided that NNDOJ determines that all proposed expenditures of NNFRF administration funding are allowable under the Treasury guidance. What I think they're trying to do, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, is when the first language was done, it focuses on NNFRF funded services. So for the FRF office, we're all NNFRF. Now, if you go to any of those other programs that are funded, if I'm an FRF employee, I can only work on NNFRF. So the individual that's sitting at contract accounting If there's no transactions that are going through, technically it's making it restrictive to where they only sit there and say, I only process in an FRF. But if there's one that doesn't, I see the in an FRF Chicago, they can't bother it. So that's kind of a resource thing. But another program might be trying to process something that individual would be sitting there trying to do. So it expands the ability for them to help some of these programs get caught up. Not everybody is like the FRF office. And here, Asati, we are brand new, and so we just do FRF all the time, 24/7. But they are mixing the FRF staff with the general fund staff, so that's difficult for them. So I believe this will expand it so that they can work on those other ones to help catch up. The other one is, say there's like the clearance hatniya, that's an issue. When all those positions are hired for, say there's no packet that has FRF label on it, these staff will then be able to process the other documents for that. So all I believe Mr. Rodis's request is to allow them the authority to expand it where they need to. If and the part at the end is at the last part of it where it says, provided that NNDOJ determines that all proposed expenditures of the NNFR Fund Administration are allowable under the Treasury guidance. So what I had to do for one of our projects is we were doing the human resources system that would put it up. So just to be safe with it, we ran through another request through Department of Justice to get a administrative cost eligibility determination. All this would do is if a department wants to request that, it'll allow them to do that. So the first language is very restrictive that all we can do is FRF. This will allow us to expand into additional stuff that supports other projects on the Navajo Nation. There is, as reported earlier, changes that were made in the rules. The rules allow for some things, but the restrictive language that was underneath CJY 4121 doesn't allow for those additional provisions to be implemented because the language is so restrictive. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Spotero. Man, I know the question was asked, so hope that answered the question. So let me move on down on reserve time. Honorable Keon Begay, 59 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. 59
Speaker.
seconds.
Reserve time.
57 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Henio. 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
Good here now to the Speaker Damon for the time here. The question, why I posed that question, and I was for the listening audience. They're wondering which programs, which offices have received money. We're privy to that information as Mr. Potero has stated, and I don't need another email because this question was for the listening audience to have them understand what kind of where the money is going, which offices are receiving money and stuff, because they're looking for services, FRF related services, and it seems like there's now that they know that a lot of these offices had received FRF allocations, then the expectation should be a little greater for these offices from the community and the constituents. So that was the reason why I asked that question to the speaker, Damon. But at the present time, I'll reserve my time in case I have anything else. Otherwise, when you come back to me, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Thank you very much, Chairman Henry. Again, reserve time 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Again, I don't have any new colleagues in the queue, so if there are none, I'm going to go back to reserve time. That back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that the explanation provided was clear as mud. I am a little bit concerned as to, I guess, how much, when you give a person an inch, they take a mile. And I just don't want that to happen, especially in light of the funds and how they should be used. We're starting to see that now with hazard pay and special duty pay. Directors getting paid thousands of dollars. The last thing that I want to see is the FRF funds being used for Yeti cups, or polo shirts, because we're allowing, the non-FRF sources or the projects to use some of this administrative costs. And we've already put millions of dollars into this. So I'm going to vote red only because I would rather be cautious without proper explanation being given as to what is being denied at this point, that this language has to be created from DOJ in order for funds to be spent. I understand, the workforce, but if we're going to be mixing our workforce, and I understand, Mr. Platero, that there is bonus and merit pay that's included in your office, that bonus and merit pay should be eligible for all of our legislative, for all of our staff across the Navajo Nation, and not just those, directors, or not just those who are at the top. So I'm voting red on this, only because I don't want to give an inch and for the executive branch to take a mile. And that's how I'm reading this legislation. Otherwise, why would they come back and ask us to give them a little bit more leeway to spend funding, for things that are not included on this list that has been put out there on what currently is allowed with some of the cost. And one of my biggest concerns right now is how much we're spending on consulting. And then also,
Chair Charles Newton, time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 57 seconds on your reserve time.
I'll be sending an email requesting first point of privilege, and then also a standalone amendment regarding local chapters to get an elevation that's going to get elevated to really help out in all these projects. So I don't see why only the central government is fine-tuning how they believe that things going to work faster. But still, I believe that the local chapter needs the same attention as well. So I'll email Ms. Bobroff and then Department of Justice and asking Mr. Botero it will be easier for chapters to help assist with these projects to move forward this type of language. So 8 a.m. speaker. So with that, I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay, for waiving your time. That, moving on down to Chairman Henry, 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Fair enough to the Speaker Damon. I don't have any more questions or comments at the time. I'm ready to vote. But if Shapeja, Madam Chair, Charles Noon wishes to utilize the remaining time I have, I'll yield that to her. So to the Speaker Damon.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. That, Chairman Henry. Madam Chair, there's been 3 minutes allocated to you. You wish to take it?
I wish to take it, Speaker.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Aro Ikiha Shana, Chair Henyo, for giving me your time. As I stated, if you look at the document that was sent to us by Tom Platero yesterday, there is a complete breakdown on the funding that is currently being allocated for the administrative offices. Within, for instance, I'm looking at human services. Under human services, they have office supplies at $40,000, non-capital assets at $90,161, operating supplies at $25,000, employment-related expenses at $3,078, and insurance premiums at $5,081. We know that all of the offices currently are looking for people to be working within their offices, which technically is covered within this. If you look at your regular employment and then your salary adjustments, and then you have fringe benefits. Within some of the offices, you also have merit and bonus pay, as with the OPVP FRF office. So you have a merit bonus pay, at least under the revised budget, is $7,034, actual expenses being $5,648. So what I worry about as a council delegate is we often see right around at the end of budget, all of these purchases that are made. I remember the diabetes department, I believe in 2019, bought each one of their staff brand new tennis shoes, and that email was sent out to every single one of us. We also see jackets being purchased. We see these frivolous spendings occurring. What I worry about is if we allow for, I guess, a kind of, everything under the sun, I'm a little bit worried with what some of these offices will be spending at the last minute in order to bring down their cost. That's what I worry about. And a lot of this, we know that all of this money right now is eligible for an audit, and whatever is misspent, the Navajo Nation, the Navajo people will be the ones who will have to pay back these funds. So I will be voting red for this, for this amendment. Number one is DOJ stated on the record that they never asked for this language to be a part of the amendment. And then Dana had to clarify that it was DOJ that came back and asked. DOJ is not even on the same page with what the amendment requests are. So if they're not on the same page, then how are they going to work together to properly ensure that these funds are being spent the way that the Treasury Department is saying that they should be spent? I understand that this does give them some leeway in the way that funds are spent, but we don't want to give them too much leeway. We don't want them to have to spend funds where they shouldn't be spending it. And that's why I asked the question, what is not on this budget summary breakdown that we got that should be covered? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Time. That, colleagues, There's no other comments or questions. I don't have anybody else, so there's reserved time on amendment number 3. We're ready to vote, colleagues. Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Oh, excuse me. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kalen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He was green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
But is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica,
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do we vote? Or how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text, and Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati votes red via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Didn't like that. You say so.
With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 5 delegates who voted to oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
That, colleagues, 16 in favor, 5 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 3, colleagues. That, thank you very much, colleagues, including on amendment number 3.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. May I motion, or may I ask how many more amendments are in the hopper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friday, I do believe there are 4 non-appropriating amendments and 4 to 5 appropriating amendments. And then just in passing, if I heard 2 more possible amendments that delegates have stated that they're going to be working on throughout the day today that I have heard from 2 of our colleagues, Madam Chair. So that might be 7 total on appropriating side that probably are not ready yet, those ones. So that's where that stands, Madam Chair. With that, colleagues, we are back on the main motion for 86-22. And colleagues, if I'm in and out, I'm traveling to Fort Defiance. I'll be back, but I'm trying to still run the meeting. So if I go in and out, I'm sorry about that. Colleagues, we are on, I don't think we have anybody else in the queue, right,
Correct.
Alyssa? So let me go. There's going back to reserve time, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, on 0086-22 on the main motion, reserve time 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Speaker, if I may motion to adjourn, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Motion to adjourn at 6:11. Is that the
Speaker,
official
I
clock
second that.
there,
This is Delegate
Jalissa?
So.
Delegate Yeller, second adjourn.
6:11 p.m. Motion adjourned by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, second by Honorable Charlene. So, that colleagues, if this motion is adjourned, these amendments that were passed will continue to stay with the legislation. Again, they're most likely, if there is 13 signatures, we will be back on this subject directly again on this coming Wednesday, if this goes through, for a motion to adjourn with a special session. But again, that does need 13 signatures. That colleagues, motion adjourned at 6:11.
Freeland,
Honorable Freeland.
could we add a
Floor is
third day,
yours.
Speaker, to that petition? At this rate, we're going to probably need a third day.
There's numerous meetings on the that are happening on that day. I mean, we can move it in. I can do Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but I had to talk with the chairs, and I can definitely talk to the Budget and Finance Committee and Health Education and Human Services Committee. I'll work on that, Honorable
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Freeland. Okay, thank you. That colleagues, motion to adjourn at 6:11. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kiellen Begay, how do you vote?
Kellen votes green.
Honorable Kiellen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison
Juanica
Juanica.
votes green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul McGee votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lund votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates that voted in favor and 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The motion by Honorable Slater, second by, oh, no. The motion by Madam Chair Ambrosati to adjourn at 6:11, motion carries. That, colleagues, we officially adjourned in this special session. Have a good day. Safe travels, everyone. And there will be, just for 30, I do believe, Honorable Freeland, there's a special state task force meeting tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Speaker, at, I believe at 8:30
Okay.
or 9, one of the two. Thank you.
Okay.
Get updates
All
from the
right.
lobbyists.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
We also have the Police Academy graduation tomorrow in